Good morning and a very warm welcome to the 9th edition of the Smart Healthcare Summit. This is our first on-ground event after the COVID, so that calls for a celebration and a little bit of clapping. So sorry for the delay because we were waiting for the minister. He will drop in a little late, but he will be here soon. Before we begin, one rule. If we all can keep our mobile phones on mute, that would be really great so that there are no disturbances. Thank you. The COVID pandemic outbreak has affected every industry, business, and organization. A new era of health innovation offers the opportunity to lower the cost, boost access and inclusivity, and revolutionize the treatment experiences and outcomes for all the consumers, not just for the most affluent or the financially secure. While the momentum for change has been building for some time, conditions are now perfect for an ambitious and fundamental reshaping of outdated processes. This involves focusing the whole organization on the delivery of exceptional human-centric experiences and the rewiring of all functions of the organization, from research and development to the commercial. Here at the 9th edition of the Smart Healthcare Summit, we endeavor to discuss how the healthcare community can reimagine and redefine the health experience. Individually, the opportunities are significant. Combined, they represent nothing short of a reimagination of the whole health domain. Without taking much of your time, allow me to call upon Bibor Srivastava, MD, ITP Media, to present his welcome address.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute privilege to talk to you this morning. I think the world has really opened up. I was just yesterday at Jaipur, holding one of the large forums for the hospitality industry, and the enthusiasm from the city and the whole of Rajasthan was absolutely overwhelming. What touched me was something that is very unique, the excitement and the pain that the hotel industry had gone through was far over. The hotel was full to its capacity. The industry was really brimming and shining. And this morning, it's so good to see some very industry solvers. Thank you, Dr. Bagai. How much can I thank you? Please give him a huge round of applause. Dr. Bagai has been very supportive, Dr. La, and many here. And, you know, nothing is possible unless you have great partnership. And the partnership which tells you that in spite of the COVID, the brands who really stood and kept holding their hands and reposed confidence in us and believed in us to present to you this day, which I'm hopefully believing going to be very interactive and very engrossing and very enthralling experience for us. Blue Star, Mr. Rao, and everybody here, a big thank you. You've been very supportive. Lovely brands, Hafle on my right, North, and Lee Square. You have really made it possible. And my editor, I wanted you to give a big round of hand to Sujata. She's really made Healthcare Radius as one of the pioneers in the segment of the industry. I think what we believe, whatever we do as a media professionals, it's important we remain neutral, we remain credible, and we bring forums which are allowing knowledge sharing at the highest level. Sujata has made possible, and on a friendly chat with Dr. Bagai this morning, I think he really highlighted that's how, as a magazine, we have followed and towed the line of remaining credible and remaining unbiased. I think, well done, Sujata. And I think over the year, you will see multiple things happening from the Healthcare Radius, and you see the footprints of us. We are the most preferred B2B media company in the country. We straddle across the various spectrum of industry, right from hospitality to builders to developers to healthcare to film production to manufacturing to facilities, and my goodness, there is a lot of appetite to do more. And the new in the family, we launched on SCM Logistics. And I think very soon we're going to bring Masala, one of the favorite and the very sought-after Bollywood magazine, which has a huge presence in Middle East. But this morning, it's it for you, for the lovely healthcare professionals, and Sujata has penned down a few lines. And I can't, I personally love technology. At ITP Media, we are completely paperless, completely digitized. And no matter, Mr. Rao, whatever we do, I, for one, believe that we truly follow sustainability. And for that, we must do everything possible to make sure the last man and the top man does it in absolutely cohesive as one force. So technology undoubtedly will play a key role in healthcare future, but how? The future of healthcare includes technology that seamlessly combines data on a patient's medical history, real-time health, insurance coverage, and financial information for all to support provider decision-making, improve patient health, and reduce cost. Digital transformation is now top of mind of healthcare industry leaders as they seek to build resilient and future-filled healthcare system, yet challenges remain. Ninth edition of a Smart Healthcare Summit is all about discussing these challenges and solutions. So ladies and gentlemen, do join us for this going to be one great day. I promise you this marathon day will bring in a lot of substance, a lot of content, a lot of people who are in this room, and a lot of people who are watching it live to really learn from each other. I think that's the big objective, learn from each other, the best practices, and the brands that you see. They have really shouldered and partnered with great healthcare professionals, organizations to give them the leap, give them the agility, give them the turnaround in real-time basis. And at the heart of it, Healthcare Radius stands really strong with you, shoulder to shoulder, to make sure that we disseminate this information to the length and breadth of the country and the professionals. We don't miss anybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely delighted to the gentleman to speak next, who I have been and is a great fan. Mr. P.V. Rao, President and Chief Operating Officer, Blue Star Limited, is currently heading the B2B business group, namely Electromechanical Projects and Air Conditioning Solutions Group. He's a mechanical engineer with an MBA in marketing and a postgraduate diploma in industrial relations and personal management. He's the life member of the Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers, more popularly known as ISHRE, and the past president for his Hyderabad chapter. He has represented Blue Star in CII as a member of State Council of Maharashtra for 4 consecutive years from 2019-20, and he was also the convener of CII Maharashtra State Panel on Skill Development and Affirmative Action. In his successful career, spanning around 36 years, he has held various roles in many divisions and functions in various geographies, and has been a result-oriented leader, not only running operation, but also driving transformation and change management. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in putting your hands together for Mr. Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Vibhor. Thank you, Sujata. Vibhor, you certainly embarrassed me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Blue Star and ITP Media, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the 9th edition of the Smart Healthcare India Summit. Blue Star and I feel indeed honored and privileged for having been associated with this prestigious event for the past several years. With accessible and sustainable healthcare being the need of the hour, we cannot think of a better time to have been part of this event. I would like to congratulate the organizers, ITP Media, for their efforts, and to all the participants for their contribution towards making this event a grand success year after year. Taking this opportunity, I would like to give you an overview about my company, Blue Star Limited. You have to put up with me. Blue Star is the leading air conditioning and refrigeration company with a rich heritage of almost 8 decades. The company has a wide global footprint and serves India and many markets around the world, both in the field of air conditioning and refrigeration, with a comprehensive range of air conditioning and commercial refrigeration systems and solutions. In fact, some of the products you can actually take a look, in the free time. They're all displayed here. And also in the design, execution, and maintenance of large and integrated projects, pertaining to mechanical, electrical, plumbing, firefighting, and building automation systems. Our relationship with the healthcare industry spans a period of almost 8 decades. A deep understanding of the healthcare domain enables us in providing the right kind of electromechanical systems, commercial air conditioning systems, and commercial refrigeration systems and solutions for healthcare facilities, including hospitals, research institutes, labs, amongst others. Blue Star's clientele includes reputed names such as Apollo, Hinduja, Fortis, Zydus, Sir H.N. Reliance Foundation Hospital, Dr. L.H. Hiranandani Hospital, Sir Gangaram Hospitals, Medanta, Max, Amrita. Dr. Lal, you have been one of our important clients, and pleasure having you here. Dr. Lal Pathlabs and Dr. Agarwal Eye Hospitals, Yashoda, Tata Trust Cancer Hospitals. The list goes on, to name a few. Blue Star has touched almost every aspect of healthcare value chain. With a 60 to 70% market share in the healthcare and pharmaceutical segments in its addressed product categories, which also includes modular cold rooms, medical freezers, ultra-low temperature freezers, pharma refrigerators, blood bank refrigerators, and even mortuary chambers. Our focus on the healthcare and allied sectors is only growing stronger. Blue Star also provides medical diagnostic equipment and services such as CT scanners and MRI systems, amongst others. As experts in this domain, our capabilities lie not only in ensuring seamless and superior installation, execution, and after-sale service, but also in supporting and endeavoring affordability, innovation, and sustainability of the highest levels. The impetus provided by the government and the industry players towards the development of a smart healthcare ecosystem boosts confidence in the future of the healthcare sector in India. While these are certainly exciting times for the healthcare industry, there are also a few challenges ahead. From our perspective, as an organization, we believe in partnering with you to sail through some of these challenges through innovative solutions. Being a country of more than 1.3 billion people, healthcare infrastructure has come under tremendous stress in the recent past. We are all aware, COVID, etc. Hence, there is a critical need to attract and allocate significant investments in building adequate healthcare infrastructure and to be able to extend reach by providing healthcare support to the farthest points in the country with equal efficiency and speed. Secondly, the challenge of meeting the deadlines for the facilities to open on time. While there are multiple building services that must work in tandem for timely completion of a project, we at Blue Star undertake the whole range of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and firefighting services and ensure superior and on-time delivery of projects. Another challenge is with respect to the operating costs, which are spiraling. At Blue Star, our focus is to make products and systems which are energy efficient, sustainable, and highly reliable. Our systems are built for harsh Indian climatic conditions and withstand power and voltage conditions which tend to be erratic, especially in Tier 3 to Tier 5 towns. Also, another challenge is to ensure systems are maintained well to ensure they operate smoothly throughout the year. We strive to provide reliable after-sale service and set standards for our industry. With an extensive service infrastructure and network, even during the pandemic, we are able to provide continuous services to healthcare facilities across the country, taking all the necessary precautions, of course. I am proud to say that through our products and solutions, we are significantly contributing towards building a robust healthcare ecosystem in India. In closing, I would like to say that we are indeed delighted to be associated with this wonderful industry and would be more than happy to partner with you as you scale greater heights. Wish each of you an exciting day and a great year ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Rao and Mr. Vibhor. We now have a very short presentation by our valuable partner, Blue Star. To share this presentation, may I call upon Mr. S. Srikanth, Senior General Manager, Sales and Marketing, Commercial Refrigeration Business Group, Blue Star Limited. Srikanth.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rao has made my job a little easier because he's already given a detailed brief about the company, but I'll share some more details before I get into the healthcare refrigeration portfolio that we have at the refrigeration division of Blue Star. As Mr. Rao mentioned, Blue Star is India's leading air conditioning and commercial refrigeration company, as well as in the MEP space, and has a rich heritage of over 78 years. We are a leading manufacturer in the air conditioning and refrigeration space with a pan-India service network, the number one engineering, procurement, and construction contracting company, and we have an integrated business model. A little about our business. Well, we closed last year, FY22, with a turnover of over 6,000 crores. We have 5 manufacturing facilities, about which I'll speak a little later. We have a network of over 31 offices with over 3,950 channel partners, over close to 1,200 service associates, and we have more than 2,700 employees spread across the country. A little about our manufacturing facilities. We currently have 5 manufacturing facilities located, 2 at Himachal Pradesh for the room AC business, a manufacturing facility at Ahmedabad for the deep freezer business. We have a manufacturing facility at Dadra for our commercial air conditioning products and solutions, and we have a facility at Vada where we make our cold storage solutions as well as our chillers. We also have 2 new manufacturing facilities coming up, one at Vada and another at Sri City near Chennai. On the business segments that we address, as Mr. Rao mentioned, we address the electromechanical projects and commercial air conditioning systems segment. We also have the unitary products, which comprise of room air conditioners, air coolers, air purifiers, water purifiers. We have the deep freezers, the storage water coolers, the kitchen refrigeration products, the medical refrigeration products, and modular cold storage solutions. We also have a business segment dealing with professional electronics and industrial systems, and this is a wholly owned subsidiary of Blue Star, named as Blue Star Electronics and Engineering Limited. On the customer segments addressed, well, Blue Star, we address the corporate, the commercial, as well as the residential segments with our portfolio of products. And I'm happy to say that almost a third of the country's corporate and commercial India has a Blue Star product installed at their premises. The company also has aggressive expansion plans in the overseas markets, and we have presence in over 19 countries across the Middle East, East Africa, SAARC, and the ASEAN region. Now coming to medical refrigerators and freezers, the business that I am handling. Well, Blue Star, we bring you a wide range of medical freezers and refrigerators with ultra-low temperature settings for a wide variety of research and storage applications. Our entire range of refrigeration products meet high-quality ISO standards and comply with today's hygiene and sanitary regulations. And in order to meet the requirements of customers across the spectrum, we offer multiple models in each product category. Some of the application areas we have are in vaccine storage and vial storage, pathology and forensic labs, hospitals and medical colleges, plasma storage, reagents and chemicals, drugstores and pharmacy outlets, skin and tissue banks, DNA and RNA storage. A few points to consider when an organization is making a purchase for some of these equipments. It deals with the reliability, performance. Performance is important, and preservation of all types of samples and products cannot be compromised in your segment, and with the addition of new features and design to improve the performance of the products that we have on offer. On reliability, it's essential for the protection and the high return on investment to maintain the operational reliability throughout the life cycle is very, very critical. Temperature uniformity and recovery. The uniform temperature to be maintained from top to bottom in the solutions that we offer is again very, very important. And on the capacities, we have available with regard to the floor space and anticipated storage volume, both factor into the ideal capacity that we can offer you. On the standards and certification front, well, we have the particular set of measurements, and we have the standards from CE, ISO, and also some of the leading organizations like TUV, Intratec, and WHO, and Eurofins. Now coming to the range of products that we have on offer on the medical refrigeration range, both on freezers and refrigerators. We have the pharmacy refrigerators from 2 to 8 degrees, from 315 liters up to 1015 liters. We have multiple SKUs in this particular segment. On the freezers at the minus 25 temperature range, we have freezers available right from 90 liters up to 450 liters. Again, at the minus 40 temperature range, we have again from 90 liters up to 528 liters. We have multiple SKUs over here. And in the combined units, which is a refrigerator cum freezer, we can offer you a 300 liter and a 450 liter, where you have the option of a 2 to 8 degrees refrigerator and a minus 25 or a minus 40 freezer option available in the same unit. And in the minus 86, we offer you, as far as the floor standing is concerned, 100 liter to 1008 liters. We have capacities at 218, 398, 528, 678, and 778 as well. And we also have a chest type ULT of minus 86 at 138 and 328, as well as at 668 liters. Some of the product operating temperature details that I thought I can share with you. On the 2 to 8 degrees is generally for general purpose refrigerators, for chromatography refrigerators, blood bank refrigerators, and pharmacy refrigerators. The minus 25 generally is catered to for general purpose freezers and enzyme freezers. And the minus 40 is for, again, general purpose and plasma freezers. The minus 86 is generally for the ultra low temperature applications. On the use and storage applications, the 2 to 8 is generally for general storage, for reagents and kits, whole blood and red blood cells, test samples, biologicals, culture media, patient medication, as well as for vaccines. The minus 25 is for general storage, reagents and kits, again for enzymes, test samples, and biologicals, pre-freezing, and vaccines. The minus 40 is for general storage, plasma, test samples, biologicals, pre-freezing, and vaccines. The minus 86 we offer you for plasma, biologicals, vaccines, RNA, DNA, as well as for stem cell applications. A little bit more on these products. The pharmacy refrigerators from 2 to 8 degrees are specially designed for positive temperature storage of samples in pharmaceutical, medicines, vaccines, and more. These machines are with a digital microprocessor-based control system with a stainless steel interior, battery-powered, with multiple sensor alarms for safety, automatic defrost. It's a CFC-free refrigerant, so it's eco-friendly, with a built-in data logger. On the minus 25 freezer, these machines are again for storage of samples, reagents, chemicals, pharmaceutical, biological, and other laboratory materials with precision temperature control. And again, we offer you a digital microprocessor controller over here with direct cooling system, built in with USB data logger, standard access port as well, polyurethane insulation, and a low noise design. On the minus 40 ultra low temperature freezer, these machines are again designed for storage of samples, reagents, chemicals, plasma, biological, and other laboratory materials with precision temperature control. The temperature in the cabinet can be set in the range from minus 20 to minus 40. And again comes with a digital microprocessor-based control, direct cooling system. It has a locking facility with a built-in USB data logger. There's a standard access port, polyurethane insulation, and a low noise design. The combi, that is the combined refrigerator and freezer, comes in 2 independent compressors and has independent control for the upper refrigeration chamber of 2 to 8 degrees and the lower freezing chamber of minus 25 and minus 40. These again come with a digital microprocessor control system with battery powered, and again the temperature in each chamber can be controlled independently. It has a standard access port and a polyurethane insulation. On the minus 86 ultra low temperature freezers, these are highly efficient thermal insulation, retains the temperature for longer hours and hence reduces the power consumption. These freezers are again suitable for storage of viruses, pathogens, blood cells, skin banks, stem cells, and other biological samples in the scientific and medical applications and in low temperature experiments. These come with a touchscreen microprocessor control system with a stainless steel interior. Delay and start option is available, multiple sensor alarms for safety, controller with a password protection. It has a CFC-free refrigerant, a cabinet with a high-performance vacuum insulation panel, and a low-noise design. We have displayed, the photograph here depicts both the chest type as well as the floor standing type. Some of the USPs of the minus 86 ultra-low temperature freezer, they come with a very robust compressor, a high-efficiency vacuum insulation panel. The fan is from EBM of Germany, 10 years temperature data recording facility, a remote alarm and RS-485 port, 11 critical alarms, optional Wi-Fi and Bluetooth data transmission, and optional facial recognition fingerprint swipe card facility as well. On the alarm front, as far as the minus 86 is concerned, we give a high and low temperature alarm, a high ambient alarm, condenser overheating alarm, power failure alarm, system failure, built-in data logger USB failure alarm, a communication failure alarm, sensor failure alarm. In case the door is open, we also give you a door ajar alarm and even a warning for the battery in case it is running low. The pandemic brought us the demand for ice line refrigerators, which we have also put up on display here. Now, these are designed for the safe storage of vaccines and pharmaceutical products that require a temperature holding time of more than 20 hours. And this temperature control is between 2 to 8 degrees. It comes with a eco-friendly PCM technology and ensures a holdover time of up to 20 hours, a high-precision temperature control system, a digital temperature display, and also comes with an audio and visual safety alarm. We also have a product for transportation of vaccine, and that is the vaccine transporter. That also we have displayed over here. It is a reliable device to transport vaccines from the storage center to the session sites. These devices maintain temperature between 2 to 8 degrees centigrade, and the puff has a double wall construction device ensuring optimum insulation and protection for the transported goods. The temperature again is between 2 to 8 degrees, easy mobility facilitated by gear wheels and pull rod, and it's a DC compressor with minimum noise level, and an eco-friendly refrigerant is used in this case. Finally, I come to the section on cold storages. We are the leading players in the cold storage industry for modular cold rooms, and we are the only company in the corporate sector who manufacture mortuary chambers. And the modular cold room basically comprises of two components: the insulation to maintain the desired temperature and the refrigeration to create the pre-desired temperature. We offer eco-friendly puff panels with low ozone depletion potential and negligible global warming potential, and complies with TUV standards, CCOE certification as well. Our evaporating units are of stainless steel, inner grooved copper tubes, inbuilt defrost heaters in low temperature units, external rotor-driven fans for low noise levels, and removable side panels for ease of service. On the condensing side, we have energy-efficient compressors with UV corrosion resistance, pre-charged unit with service valves, and we give inbuilt safety control devices as well, weatherproof polyester-coated, powder-coated canopy. On our mortuary cabinets, these come with molded doors, and we have a telescopic carriage for the mortuary system with a multi-door facility. We also have a fire-safe alarm in our mortuary chambers. It's energy efficient and in a modular design, and a high-density polyurethane foam insulation. Some of our valued customers, Mr. Rao has already mentioned about them, so I won't take more of your time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Srikant. Now we will begin the panel discussions. Our first panel is about digital care for a healthy future. What will the future of digital health look like? That's an interesting topic. The pandemic has radically accelerated the adoption of digital health technology, given further impetus to long-term trends that were already underway. Digital transformation is now top of mind for healthcare leaders, and they seek to build resilient and future-proof healthcare systems. Yet challenges remain. The panel, moderated by Padma Shri Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, will discuss how technology powered by AI and ML add value to the health economy and create positive impact on the growth and the development of the healthcare sector. We have with us Dr. Arvind Lal, Chairman and MD of Dr. Path Labs, Dr. Rajiv Singhal, Founding Member, Managing Director and CEO, Marengo Asia Healthcare, Mr. Raj Gore, who is the CEO of Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, Dr. Sushil K. Meher, he's the head of Health IT AIMS New Delhi, Manoj Warrior, Vice President Technology Engineering, Providence, India. To discuss this very pertinent topic, may I invite all of you onto the dais. Dr. Bagai, the floor is all yours.
So just a brief capture as an introduction, and then I will ask each of the panel members, perhaps the best minds in this space, to say a few words as their opening comments. And then we will break this discussion up in 5 or 6 major verticals, because the digital front is so vast and wide. We will not be able to do justice if we do everything under the sun, but we'll pick up the major verticals and we'll get inputs from all our esteemed panelists. Just as a quick brief, India is occupying just 2% of the global landmass, 21% of the disease burden globally, and 20% of the world's population. We already have an ongoing deficit of more than 2 million short of beds, 1.5 million short of nursing staff and doctors individually. The geographic spread, the language spread and diversity, lack of connectivity and last mile coverage, especially in the hilly regions of the northeast and the north, and the specialist deficiency ranging between 27 to 35% of the super specialists gives a great opportunity where the digital platform and smart technology come in to bridge this gap. Not to mention the aspect of this in medical education. The misconception is very often people say as doctors, medical professionals, administrators that my hospital is digitally smart. Why? Because you have an electronic medical record. Wrong. That is just one amongst the almost 120 to 130 portals and verticals of what digital smart technology means. The real key towards having a digital smart technology, and the real question is, why would you like a digital smart technology? And we will build the story from here. I will request, beginning with Dr. Arvind Lal, just a quick 30-second introduction of yourself, and then we will start the discussion. Arvind first, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Dr. Bagai, and thank you, Blue Star, and thank you, ITB. For getting me here. So the importance, about something about myself, we are not as old as Blue Star, but almost there. We are 73 years old also. And we started the lab just across the road, across Parliament Street on Hanuman Road. And I joined the lab in 1977 after the demise of my father. We've been there now for many years, as you can see. So currently we are running about 280 or 84 labs, about 5,000 collection centers, about 10,000 pickup points, like a hospital is a pickup point, an Apollo hospital or a Medanta. So 10,000 points like this. And last year we carried out testing on about 2.87 crore patients, which means on an average day we can test more than 100,000 patients. So I'll come to the technical part later, but we were lucky to introduce IT for the first time in healthcare in India in 1986. And since then we haven't looked back. So I'll come back later. Thank you, Sanjeev.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bagai. Thank you, Healthcare Radius, for organizing this event, and it was a chilling presentation from Blue Star as well. So I'm Dr. Rajiv Singhal. I was surgeon in Indian Army for 14 years before I moved into this entire world. Been to the chilling places like Siachen, where it was minus 38 degrees, so Blue Star was missing there. And after that, worked in the corporate world of healthcare, Ruby Hall, then was in Fortis for a good 5.5 years, ran Fortis Escorts Heart Institute, private equity world, then Care Group of Hospitals was my last assignment as Group CEO. And in October 2020, we are not as old as Dr. Lal Pathlab or other people. We are young, naive in the healthcare world, started this organization, founded this from the flat where we stay in Gurgaon, raised the fund in October 2020 in COVID times. Today we have three investors, Samara Capital, family office of Godrej, and family office of Havels. They are the investors. Our objective is to build a 5,000 plus bed platform in next 3 years. Presently, we have 1,300 beds with us, and we aim to cross 2,000 or 2,500 beds in next 3 to 4 months. So this is where Meringue Asia stands as of today. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
No? Please.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Sushil Meher from AIIMS New Delhi. I'm thankful to the organizer to have in this panel discussions. Everybody knows about AIIMS, but the journey of IT has started from the day one when the AIIMS has established. We have done the paper tap as a storage from the day one. Right now, we have 5 petabyte of data in one place. So this is our journey. But the future of the AIIMS, what I am going to say, tell you, we have come up a new center. It is National Cancer Institute. This is the one institute what we have for the cancer. It is 350 acres of land, and it is in the out of the campus in Jhajjar. It is a state-of-art building, and beside these centers, there is another 200 acres land has been allotted to IIT Delhi for the second campus, because we have to do the research. Okay, and this center has already been signed the MOU with NCI USA, with the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Barack Obama. So this is the kind of institute it has come up. It is operational. It is 750 beds, and all the data it is will push up from the Jhajjar to the main hospital with the lease lines. These are the technology which has been there. Later I will discuss. Another new things which is coming up. Right now we have 3,500 beds, and within 4 years it is going to be 7,000 to 8,000 beds. New centers, new geriatric centers is coming up. It is dedicated to the old age people. Surgical block it is come up with another 700 beds. Specialized transplant it will be there. Another center has come up, mother and child. Another center has come up. It is the gastroenterology and liver transplant. Another center already it is operational. That is abundant plastics. So there is a lot of very specialized setup which is coming up within the campus and out of the campus.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, just a very quick introduction, please.
Hi, I'm Raj Gore. Thank you, Healthcare Radius, for having me. Thank you, all of you, for joining today. It's an honor to be part of this panel. I have fortune and pleasure of driving the two most exciting, rapidly evolving agenda items, cancer treatment and digital transformation in my organization, Healthcare Global, which is the largest cancer care provider. And what I'm most proud of, I think we are most inclusive cancer care provider who is present in 18 cities and 8 states in India. Thank you.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. This is Manoj Warrior. I am basically a technologist, and I have over 25 years of experience in doing digital transformation for multiple sectors. I've done it for retail, done it for software. It is an honor to do it in healthcare as we start, because healthcare is the last bastion who is getting into the digital age now. And it is great to be here, and I represent Providence, and Providence is one of the is the only healthcare tech which is trying to transform healthcare for US healthcare systems. We are around 52 hospitals, and we have actually started this journey around 2 years ago, and we are very much on focus for the transformation.
Wonderful. So let's build this discussion as a story as it unfolds. The first question is, why would someone embrace digital technology? So technology is one vertical and digital smart is another vertical, which both combine to give you a digital smart technology. And I will ask each of the panelists to give an introductory remark now focusing just on this. So for me, any technology which gives better clinical results, what we call as clinical excellence. Point number 2 gives operational excellence. Point number 3, a better patient experience. It gives cost of treatment at a lower value. That means a cheaper treatment to the patient. It gives you results which are better and is patient-centric, is digital smart technology. I will request, beginning from my gentleman right at the extreme, what are the key points? Why would you embrace digital smart technology in an institution which you are working in or want to build up?
Absolutely.
Just keep it brief to 1 or 2 minutes so that we can have multiple rounds of aspects.
Sounds
Please.
good, Doctor. Ideally, I think the digital technology has to be embraced in healthcare. You know, it is imperative. It is not a good to have. We have to get into digital technology, the digital transformation for healthcare, especially with the hyper-connected world which we are in, and the consumers or the patients need it in a click of a button, right? We are moving into a state where people want it self-served and always available on demand. So definitely, if we don't get into that age, we are going to lose this race very quickly. So it has to be transformed.
Next, please. Yourself.
So I'll talk about cancer treatment. It's a thousands of years old adversary disease we are trying to understand and treat. And we made a lot of progress, and Siddharth Mukherjee has captured it very well. But if you look at last 2-3 decades, we've started specialization on organ or site specific. But now we know that with the power of genomic sequencing, you're going to treat a genetic mutation, that may be same for breast versus cervix versus some other. So it's becoming personalized, precise, but at the back of it is molecular imaging and genomic sequencing. A human genome is about 60 to 100 GB of data. Now you add to that, molecular imaging data, you add treatment data, the drugs, and then you add a longitudinal dimension, once a cancer patient, a lifetime cancer patient, and you add all that, electronic medical record. And think about the information that we have and the processing power that we need. And I'm sure if we apply AI, ML, it will point us in directions which will evolve cancer treatment, in a more personalized and precise manner. So that's why, for us, it's one of the focus area.
Wonderful. Adi, please.
So I think Raj very well said, and I think he's bang on saying that how valuable this data and then use of AI and other things. But having said that, I just step back and talk about why we think it is far more important for technology to be adopted, and especially IT technology. If we go back in the evolution of healthcare, NASA was developing the cameras which can actually look at the surface of the moon long time back. Light travels in straight light. It was difficult for people to develop something where they could see the surface of the universe at that particular time. They developed something called as rod lens system. Endoscopes is a classical example of that NASA technology, which they worked with Johns Hopkins and got that. Healthcare has always been chasing the technology. It's not that we haven't done it. The only thing is IT, we have been slightly slow in adopting technology. The consumer world has moved very fast. Today, you can actually buy anything sitting at a home from the power of your cell phone. But I think it's not late for us. It is important that the consumer has changed the behavior. We should stop considering our patient as a poor patient. It's a tech-savvy patient. Patient understands what is changing in the outer world. It's important for us to embrace technology sooner than later.
Next to Arvind, I think Arvind has, Brigadier Arvind Lal has the largest and the most expansive network of radio diagnostic in India. Your initial introductory comments on the technology which you have embraced to enhance patient care.
So I think first thing first, let's talk about the current scene. I would be failing in my duty if I did not single out one effort from the government, and that is this ABPMJ, or during the COVID, the co-win platform. And I must put it on record that this has, it's a mind-boggling kind of an exercise. All of you know that 180 crore Indians have already been vaccinated, and each one of them gets a report within absolutely no time. The moment he's jabbed you, almost 15-20 minutes later, you get something on your cell phone, etc. So I must thank this government. We're not politicians, but what is good is good. And now these days it is led by Dr. R.S. Sharma, who is the the CEO of the NHA. So I think first we must give them some credit that they got it right. So from our point of view, the digital technology has, it's taken for granted that we have to adopt it. And in India, where we are already short of 10 lakh doctors and 1 lakh specialists, not to talk of 20 lakh nurses and 30 lakh paramedical people, you cannot survive without digital technology. In pathology itself, we have about 300,000 labs in India, and the number of pathologists are not more than 7 or 8,000. So whether we accept it or not, but telemedicine or telepathology, teleradiology is the writing on the wall. So I would like to emphasize that the necessary regulatory changes and the rules also have to be brought in. It's not good enough to just discuss it in nice air-conditioned halls, but a lot of to and fro discussion has to go on. The second thing also I would like to point out is that the non-communicable diseases in India, which are killing 65% of our countrymen, they cannot be controlled unless you bring in digital technologies, whether it is testing or whatever and treatment. So you can imagine that in India, about 42% of diabetics don't know that they are diabetics, and about 56% of hypertensives don't know that they are hypertensives. So whether it is going to be futuristically a digital wearable technology or IoT or whatever you may, we can talk about these things. And but the fact of the matter is that somebody has got to kickstart it. The third thing which I'd like to mention is that there's no point in talking about all these things in futuristically, when a simple electronic health record is not available in many big hospitals, including that of the government. So, of course, we've heard of e-Sanjeevani, we have heard of now internet, connectivity, etc. Reliance is there, Idea is there, etc. And Starlinks is there from Amazon. So all those kind of things, are there, but a simple thing like an electronic health record is still not available to the common man. Imagine a common man who stays in, say, Calcutta. He goes for his, to a holiday to up north, somewhere in Simla. He falls sick, and he goes to the Indira Gandhi Medical College in Simla, and he goes. His, record should be available there, with the Aadhaar card number or whatever, thing is. So these are very small things. The private sector has been doing it. The government, with what I mentioned to you, has already done much more. So this should not be difficult, except for the fact that the government said that they are only, creators, they are only pathfinders, they are not the actual providers. So I think I will stop here, and next I will show you a slide which I have brought with me.
Before we come on to Doc from AIMS, I think we moved away from the famous 3 A's of affordable, accessible, and accredited healthcare, and we are now moving to the big P's, which are preventive, primary, personal, predictive, and precision. When you mention this, I think it's what Arvind has mentioned, it's a huge effort on the Indian government to cover 194 crore vaccines today, as per this morning. Perhaps the largest, safest, and the quickest vaccine campaign the world has ever seen. Not only the CoWIN app, but the overall implementation, and also a remarkable effort of all the medical professionals, and a small prayer to all the medical professionals who actually died during this COVID fight in the last 2 years. Over to you, Doc. What is your initial take on your digital transformation in AIMS?
The digital transformation from the AIMS, it has started in 1988. And when I have joined in 1992, many people, they have talked to me, as an IT person, what we will do in AIMS. AIMS is meant for only the healthcare services and research. And when I am unable to convince that, because I am a literate person, I am convinced what I have to do. So this 30 years of journey, because 92 I have joined, and this June 2nd, I have completed 30 years. Anyway, right now we are getting 14,000 patients a day. How to manage? The demand is about 50,000 patients per day. And when demand and supply, it has a lot of gaps, you will face a lot of problems. whether you'll get from a pressure from the ministry, pressure from the bureaucrats, pressure from the own people. We have to make it transparent for this. This IT technology, it will give it transparent to you. If you do the manual, many things manipulated. But when you will do the IT activities, we have done whole activities in the, let's take, patient has to come in appointment based. So there is no manipulation is there. But there is still, we have to see the real situation. You have to take an appointment. Today you are sick, you need the treatment today itself, not tomorrow. In that case, appointment has failed. So anyway, now we have started this journey in 1988. 3 phases of computation have started. Twice we have failed. Right now, third one is continuing it. So the transformations, what we are talking about it, AIMS is hunger about data. They need data because AIMS is meant for the research and training. The first objective is that. And they need the data for it. And they need a quality of data and meaningful data. So just now, Dr. Lal has spoken to you. Government has taken a very big steps since 2014. The first EMR standard has come up. Anyway, that has been revised in 2017. Then ABDM plays a major role for us. I think many people, they do not know it. Every citizen is supposed to have a ABDM ID, AVA ID. That will help you everywhere. Anywhere, any place, you can access your data if your data is digitized. So government is pushing each and every corner, giving the training. Last week, Mr. Sharma was there in Northeast to convince the people to adopt ABDM. It is not only the patients. Dr. Lal supposed to have a one ID for his lab. His own technician supposed to have one ID. As a citizens, I have the ID, including if I am giving a service to a patient, that's supposed to be ID. So that the medical record has transparent. If you have gone, let's take one example I'm giving to try to understand this one. Let's take first visit, you have gone to the Apollo. You have registered it. If your record is AV ID, our ID, they have recorded it, you can access anywhere. Then you have moved to the AIMS, that I want to get a treatment here. Then we can access your record from Apollo and the current doctors, which is from AIMS, which is giving the treatment to you, he can see your records. So these kind of things, it is available to you right now, which government has created. Next step is, government is creating HIE, Health Information Exchange. In that cases, what will happen? You will get a single medical records for your whole lifetime. So this is the digital transformation government of India. AIMS is working parallelly in that way. AIMS is working more than the research also. And the one thing I'm talking about right now, I'm talking about the single medical records. Another thing it will come up. We have already one project is that it is called Umeed. You can get it from net also. Unidentified dead body. When this comes to the AIMS, we are keeping the DNA sequencing and putting in the net. Anybody is find that somebody is missing, we take the DNA samples and match it and we'll tell that whether he is related to you or not. So this is the first step. So what it happens when DNA will be introduced in your AVA ID, then you will know that a lot of things it will come up. So a lot of big journey it is coming up. And very soon it is coming up, and government is very serious in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So let's get down to a few specifics. So a digital technology platform, which we call as smart hospitals, gives you a decrease in hospital-acquired infection, which is one of the biggest rots in our system, less than 20% decrease. Avoid what we call as adverse events in a hospital, gives you better clinical results, almost up to 42%, improves the diagnosis by more than 30%, decreases human errors by 40%, gives you a better bed and OT bed utilization by more than 50%, decreases misdiagnosis and unnecessary readmissions, decreases what we call as ALOS, average length of stay in a hospital, by more than 1.2 days lesser, and decreases malpractices overall across the board, even in the referral system. What are the key clinical parameters, Doc, beginning with you from my extreme side, what are the key clinical parameters you would pick up? Please request everyone, keep the answers brief to 1 or 2 minutes so that we can cover more and more topics. What are the key parameters you would look at during this transformation towards digital?
So in our case, for example, we were purely looking at data as the driver, right? I mean, we have had a lot of data, and what we have done is to streamline that data. In fact, one of the big problem for us in US healthcare system was that there were large chunk of data coming in, but it was not making any sense. It was not giving any output on what needs to be taken as decision making. Now, for example, how did we look at occupancy at the bed? Exactly like you said now, how do you look at looking at the hospital bed being used efficiently? You know, it not only improves the cost, but also helps the resource planning in the hospital, right? May it be nurses scheduling, may it be the, the clinical clinicians.
Yeah.
That's exact. So we started with proving that
So
with
the key
data.
point you're highlighting is bed utilization and optimization of resources.
That's
okay, next, over to you, please. What are the key things which you will look out at during this?
Specifically for cancer patients, we would look at patient-reported outcomes, symptoms,
Excellent.
while they are not in the hospital.
So you're looking
because
at clinical results.
Yeah.
So I must add over here, I have yet to see a single private hospital, without bias, without fear, without favor, a single private hospital in the Indian diaspora which is publishing in an open platform their clinical outcome results. So I am not interested if a cardiac surgeon has done 5,000 surgeries in the last 5 years. That's not important. What I want to know is 1 year, 5 years, 10 years survival, graft survival, adverse effects. In US and Europe, this has become mandatory. I think it's important from us as medical professionals and as hospital chains to publish their clinical results, and this is one platform which enables us to publish this result. There is no harm in being transparent, and what the patient requires is transparency. So what you're looking at is clinical results, publication of outcomes. Over to you.
Dr. Bagai, in fact, the most important aspect here, we said that whatever decision we will take in the transformation, it has to be centered around patient first. That's the core philosophy of
Patient
Marengo
centricity.
Asia Healthcare. So whatever clinical results, I'll give a couple of examples.
Sure.
If I'm looking at ease of patient getting to the call center and booking an appointment, I would say that is a priority number one. His appointments in time, when the doctor can basically be tracked, is most important component. Average length of stay. Himself getting report in time from the radiology. So this is what we are doing on ground on saying how we ensure that patients' needs are addressed through the use of technology. Sure. That's the key important component at this stage.
Okay. Arvind, you know the beauty of Arvind's labs are, if you ask any patient, they'll say, nahi, hum lal mein kara lenge. Okay, the reason why I'm stating this small one line, which is a feedback from patients who are unknown to us, is credibility. Because you know the standardization of reporting will be maintained whether you do it in Bombay, in Madhya Pradesh, in UP, in JNK or in Delhi. Arvind.
So I'll just give you a demonstration how we started on this journey. Sujata, can I have that one slide, please?
Sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the background. The background was that I had told you that our first, LIMS or Lab Information Management, program was written in 1986. And then we got it upgraded in 1999 from an Australian company. The first one was, written in India with the software programming sitting across me for 8 months. And he didn't know medicine. Obviously, I did not know computers. So now what we did was, in 1999, we changed it to a world-class system at that time from a Canadian-Australian company by the name of Triple G, and the name of the software was Ultra. Now this gave us the connectivity between machines. And we had to bring in, first of all, the vacutainers, and I'm the guy who brought the first vacutainer into India, but anyway. And we got the first, the sample barcoded also. So if you look at on your left-hand side, this is going on since 1999. And our lab in Agartala, which is on the left-hand side, the biochemistry analyzer receives a vacutainer, which has got clear serum on top, what we call the SST tube, or serum separation tube. It is barcoded. The barcode is read by the biochemistry machine. And since there was no optical cable those days, so we had to use the INSAT 1C satellite. God bless it, I hope it's still working. And it would transmit that ID of the patient via the satellite to our main server on the right-hand side at that time in Hanuman Road in Delhi. And the Hanuman Road lab would have already been upgraded by the patient's information, namely the lab number and the test order. Of course, there's so many other things. And it would give, the reply back, host query would be answered by the which test has to be done. And this was communicated in something like 8 milliseconds. So 8 milliseconds one way, 8 milliseconds the other way, via INSAT 3C, which was lying in orbit 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. And the carousel of the biochemistry machine would actually move and automatic, I wouldn't use the word robotic arms, but automatic arms would, do the thing. So it was completely hands-free. And then we brought in what, Sanjeev is now saying, we brought the accreditation part much later. It is not enough for you to keep on saying that I am the best, etc. It has to be a third party which says that. So we started the accreditation process in India by ISO, by College of American Pathologists, by the NABL, etc., etc. So that is what has given us credibility. And also let me share another, fact of life in pathology, and that is we rarely make any mistakes during testing. All those systems are very much in place, but we make it in the pre-analytical phase. There's a pre-analytical phase, there's an analytical phase, and there's post-analytical. In the pre-analytical phase, I cannot help it if the technician or the phlebotomist puts a wrong label on the right tube. One, God bless him, a patient came to me in the evening one day and he said, Dr. Lal, we are so happy, we've been coming here 10, 20 years, etc. And, now I've been cured of my diabetes, but my wife has got one now. So his label had been put on his wife's, tube. So these are simple things which make a difference, and you have to be careful of such kind of errors. And post, of course, analytical errors, of course, there's a whole list. So I will not go into all that. But what we are doing now, let me tell you what the latest what we are doing is that we have got a data lake vertical which sifts through about 8 or 10 years of our patient's data and tells the patient, well, this is the kind of a problem which you could have. For example, those of you who are from hematology or who are doctors here, so we can tell you straight away from our indices in an RBC or in a CBC that this patient has got probably iron deficiency anemia, and this patient could probably have thalassemia minor. A thalassemia major is, apparent to anybody, but a thalassemia minor is very difficult to detect. So we have got this kind of a, what we call a data lake, and that is, and another new thing which we have introduced now is a digital histopathology. We are the first ones in India to do that. So this is courtesy Philips scanners, and also there's a company by the name of Ibex. It's an Israeli company. This reads digitally all your histopathology, what you've been reading for or been hearing about radiology, etc. So we have introduced it for the first time in India. It's done in prostatic biopsies. It is an artificial intelligence system reads it and tells the pathologist that this could be cancer or this could be non-cancer or benign. I think I'll stop there.
Okay. Now, for the person who's perhaps heading the largest number of government beds, I'm going to shift questions from here on. So when you are building a digital smart hospital, it's done in various phases, what we call as wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. To build a smart hospital, put in enhancements, put in transformations, scalability. What would be your key criteria which you will tell the hospital owners or the patrons or investors to choose a hospital information system? So I'm giving from the grassroots level, what would be your decision-making thought processes as to which system to adopt and how would you then make it digital? So let me rephrase what I have said. What platform would you choose and why? And what would you link in with the digital? Please, over to you. And then we'll go in sequence, please.
Yeah. It is a very good question because many people, those who have a small dispensary or a small hospital or any rural place, what kind of solution is required for the IT solution is required.
Please keep it really brief because so that everyone can. Please.
First of all, you have to go through the government guideline. Government has clearly defined that this standard has to be followed. And that standard, you have EMR standard 2017, which has been approved, that has to be followed. Because this is not only the digitization. Digitization is a major challenge is that your security, your privacy, your confidentiality, that is also, that has to be taken care of it. Right now, it is not playing a major role because personal data protection bill has not been approved yet. When it will be approved, the AVA, another guideline for the patient security, it will come up. So digitization is not a small thing, it is a big thing. Because patient is the owner of the own record, which you are keeping digitally, and the hospital is the custodian of that. You have to understand that one. And you have the responsibility. Any data leakage is there, then you will be in trouble. So that's why you have to follow the strict guideline of Government of India. Preference will be given because many vendors, they come up with you and it will do a vendor locking. It is a big issue for us. I mean, if you have taken a solution of a particular vendor, you are bound to take these solutions for a longer period of time. It will require a lot of investment to switch over from one vendor to other vendor. You have to take care of that. And that is always vendors try to do it. Let's take, they will throw you a very small price of product. The product is very small, you can afford it, you can take it. After that, you are locked with him. And he will charge plenty of money years to years. This is the one of the biggest problems for it.
So the point which is being highlighted is that it's better to have a safe marriage than a bad marriage because this is an association you cannot divorce midway of a running hospital. It's hugely problematic to change platforms, especially in IT solutions. Arvind?
So, these things keep on evolving. So in ours is a kind of a, diagnostic line, so it's slightly different than, what we are talking about. But the amount of innovativeness and the new things which have come out are phenomenal. So for example, I just told you, we have the world's largest histopathology load. We see 1,400 biopsies in one day. We have the highest load for even kidney biopsies and are the only ones who have an electron microscope in private surroundings here. So what I'm saying is that this kind of a data and with digital backing here, you can imagine, and with automatic artificial intelligence reading all those kind of things which I just mentioned, prostatic biopsies, now there is another kind of a thing which has come, which is from a company by the name of Kyndryl, which is an IBM offshoot, so which helps us in management of the Microsoft cloud. Because everything is going to be cloud-based, and as you're hearing, that the patient data has to be kept very, very confidential. So there are new guidelines which are going to come out because you don't know what kind of an animal you are, dealing with, and there are people who have hacked into even our systems, etc. So constantly, it's a battle, how to keep them safe.
Over to you, please.
In Meringo Asia Healthcare, we are in a journey of creating the entire digital network. And I think 3 years' time, we should be the most digitally advanced healthcare system in this country. This I can say. And our decision, coming back to your question, how do you define and how do you decide on that? So we kept 4 parameters for taking that decision. And majority of time when we look at Indian healthcare, people talk about 3 A's, that is affordability, accessibility and awareness. We at Meringo Asia, we added one more A, that is accountability. So when we are taking a decision on any IT technology, how it is going to make it affordable, how it is going to make it accessible, how it is going to improve the awareness of the patient, and how it will make the organization more accountable. That is, these are the parameters on which we take every decision so that ultimately patient is a beneficiary of that.
I think there are so many HIS systems and they claim they have everything, but I don't see anyone being completely happy with any of them. So I would go, if they meet your top priorities and if they make user adoption easy, you should go with that.
I'll come back to you on that.
Absolutely. I think that's where I would go. It's more about change management, ease of use, how easy it is to be deployed as well, right? And I'm looking at more of cloud first. Like for example, we do cloud first. Multiple reasons to it. We have seen in the COVID that scalability was one of the biggest issue. How do we get there where we are easy, elastic enough to scale whenever we need it, and of course compress, right? And software as a solution based, for example, SaaS-based solutions is what digital transformation is going to drive within healthcare. It's done it for other industries, it's going to do it within healthcare.
Okay. So what you mentioned is actually the key of my question. There is no system in the world which can customize for that hospital in that region for their needs. Yeah. So what you actually have is what we call as hardware, you have a software, and you have a system integrator. A system integrator is called much like an enterprise bus, where you plug in your cable and get that need solution. So there are lots of homegrown solutions which give hospital HIS, which includes linking in finance, HR, marketing, sales. I'll come to supply chain because that's a very important vertical. Outreach programs, man management, hospital security, and so on. And then you have digital platforms. A lot of even national and international companies like IBM, Cisco, Google, and so on are giving this kind of platform. Wipro, GE is giving this platform. So I think it's important that your enterprise bus links in your lab integrated system, your radiology integrated system, your doctor management software, and so on and so forth. So there is no one solution. It's very important to sit with the people who are domain expert in this to decide this. So to give you an example, a 500-bed hospital, a routine HIS, just to give rough ballpark figures, a routine HIS without any taking names of any companies would be approximately 4 to 5 or going up to 5.5, max 6 crores to set up top to bottom of your total expenditure of a project. To digitalize this, you need to go off about 20 to 22 crores. So very often this gap, this delta gap of adding on another 15, 17 crores hurts the investor and says, why are you putting this straight off? Let's do it later. The reason is later never comes. It's important to digitalize at the time of inception, conceptualization of the hospital, right at the time when the building is being made, with the positioning of the server room, the temperature control of the server room, the layout of the cables is important. And I'll come to the building management system very shortly to highlight these. And we've done an exercise here in Delhi NCR by spending that delta of 15 crores more. Over a period of 5 years, the ROI reaches 98. That's about 19% of return on investment, which is much more than in clinical healthcare. So the way forward is digital.
Can I give it one?
Please,
yeah.
please.
Anyway, let's come to the government regulatory. Okay, government has already informed you that your HIS or any clinical system is supposed to be compliant with the EMR standard. Another document it is called MDDS, metadata and data set, that has to be compliant. ABDM compliance for this, that application is supposed to be passed through the toolkit of ABDM, Ayushman Bharat digital systems. If it is there, then whatever your record is generating, that can be shareable. Otherwise, it is not shareable. And government will come with another bill that everybody has to do it. Otherwise, you will not be in the market, whether it's a government or whether it's a private. So they have to comply with these three things.
Okay. Arvind, focusing just on lab, what I'm talking now very quickly, I'm covering more topics, very quickly on telemedicine. Teleradiology, telepathology, various other clinical medicines. What would be the first 4 or 5 key points as to the first 5 top-end users which approach you in this field of telemedicine? That means an online platform.
Yeah, so as you all know now, you know, there is a lot of innovation which has gone on. So we ourselves, right from, you know, having an ERP which is known as Microsoft Exapta and keeping on, you know, making it better. So now we have reached a state that we have our own apps. A patient can have on his app, he can see the cumulative, you know, his blood sugar in the past, you know, 1 year, etc., how high it was, where it is. We have the doctors who are connected with that, etc., etc. We have now kiosks where patients can register themselves automatically, so it saves time. They, you know, now everything is digital. If left to them, they would, you know, They book the home visit of a phlebotomist from the app. The phlebotomist goes there. The report is available into their system in the evening. And many patients have told me that they don't even know, they've never been to a collection center, they've never been to one of our labs. Everything is done at home now. And the thing which gave the fillip to all this was, COVID also. So RPA, what you called a robotic process automation. So this actually helped us, to get the results of the COVID. We have done up till about 20,000 COVID tests in one day. We have done 3.5 million COVID tests in 1 year, RT-PCR. So you have just imagine the amount of data which was generated, and it had to be sent to various government bodies. Yeah. ICMR is one, Delhi government is another one, there's something else, etc., etc. And then we also have a bot which is known as Automatic Anywhere. So this, has saved us by automating all this, it has saved us at least, hiring another 100 people to put the data entry. So that is the kind of, things which matter to us.
I'll shift questions now. A doctor on the move in a hospital is going to have queries. A clinician is going to have questions. There will be matters of clinical care which keep changing dynamically. There's a worldwide study in which every doctor in an 8 hours duty has 11 to 14 questions per day as queries which come in mind in treating patients, and 66% of them go unanswered when he leaves the hospital. The reason is he is not having access to quick answers for multidimensional and dynamically changing healthcare needs. What kind of apps can be used in hospitals to address this, to improve clinical performance of doctors in treating patients?
So there are certain apps which have come up, like UpToDate and other, where most important is that at least keeps doctors updated on things, because that's a major concern, and especially for the and also the concern is that the senior doctors do not have time to spend time in teaching the junior doctors. So I think the self-learning is their tool, and these kind of apps can be of great advantage. And as you rightly said, that none of these questions, because these questions are pertaining to the clinical condition and to the patients. If these questions are going unanswered, it means somewhere down the line you are compromising the clinical care. So very important, very important.
Over to you. Yeah, oncology is a major chunk of decision making.
Yeah, but I think if you look at different systems in a hospital space, whether it's HIS, whether it's LIS, RIS, whether it's your back-end billing system, SAP, Oracle, I think the trick in that is if you have integrated systems in the back-end, where you can track the data by a uniquely identified customer ID,
UHID,
then it's just a matter of presenting different views to a doctor, different to an administrator, different to a patient. So the trick is to actually integrating backward. How to present it is a relatively much easier job.
Fair point.
Absolutely. I kind of agree with you, Raj, because I have an example for this, what we have done. Data, again, we brought the data together. Let me give you an example. We have around 700,000 case of strokes in US. And what we did was we took that data and worked on a model which looked at 150 stroke patients, how they came in. By the time the patients came in, we knew what should be the course of action for the treatment. That's how the data is going to drive AI. And we'll see that naturally when the doctors have enough time, it is a better clinical time with them, and patient experience enhances a lot with that.
Okay. I'm coming now to equipment. So when you set up a hospital, let's say again, a ballpark figure of 400 and a 500 bed hospital, an average thumb rule is 1 crore per bed. It could be less, it could be more, depending upon how enhanced the environment inside is. 30 to 32% of your overall cost of project is equipment. I'm repeating again, is just mere equipment. It's very easy for a common layman, non-medical person to say, in that hospital, they don't even have an MRI, or they don't have a PET scanner, or they don't have a linear accelerator. The landing cost of a linear accelerator in a hospital in 2022, after customs duty clearance and installation, is 26 crores. One bunker, what we make in a basement, is 26 crores. The landing cost of a high-end MRI is 16 crores. So you have to budget it. Coming first to you, beginning with you, what inputs would you give to a hospital administrative team as to what grade, what type of equipment would be required to suit the needs of a hospital in that geographic region?
I see. AIMS, it works in different pattern. They do not have any ROI. Okay. But you have to convince that this equipment is required. What you are talking about the linear accelerator, we have 3 linear accelerator in NCI Jhajjar. Because we have studied this project, that how many patients will come, how much, what type of patient will come, and what kind of investigation has to be done. So this hospital is made in that way. So that's why, because 5 MRI is there, 5 CT scan is there. So because the 700 beds.
The turnover is so much.
Turnover is so much. And simultaneously, not only that, another cancer center is main hospitals. We also transport this patient to that place also. So the load is there, and but basically what I have told you, there is no ROI. That's why we can't
Sure.
Yeah.
Arvind, anything which will decide the type and grade and specifications of equipment which links in with the digital platform?
I think this is all taken now. It's all understood. It's going to come with that. The engineers are sitting in Germany, and if your equipment is malfunctioning, you can repair it from there. So all those kind of things have come in. But as you know, personally speaking, in India, where things have to keep on moving, though we are in stone age, but we are already talking about space age. So things have already moved on. And I think our line, just because it is more, I would say, for lack of a better word, more quantitative, it was a lower hanging fruit to get involved in the digital world, earlier. So the artificial intelligence, etc. I told you about the IBEX platform, which can scan, thousands of images, digital images in histopathology in seconds and give you a diagnosis whether it is cancer or not. So that is what India is looking at, and because we don't have so many doctors or specialists, there is no other way except to fall back on such technology.
Question to you is, quick word on sensors and devices, be it wearable, be it ingestible, be it tattooed, be it a sensor on a sleeve. How do you capture the data? How does it help the hospital get information to save a critical period during a critical event and a patient reaching a hospital?
So I think this is the most important aspect of, as you said, that the critical event, if you can actually pick that up because of the sensor, that is where you can actually make a difference in trying to save lives. That is most crucial, and I'll give a personal example of this. We set up the EICUs in 2011, where we connected hospital from Scots Heart Institute to place in Raipur, an hospital in Raipur. We realized when we looked at the data that majority of the mortality or the lack of care takes place in the night times where you do not have a trained staff or a trained nurse during the night times. We were able to pick up the data, and the near miss events were picked up, and we were able to avoid disasters. So I would say the sensors, devices are the way forward to pick up that. Yeah.
Question to you, Doc. Supply chain management. How does digital healthcare help improve supply chain management?
Okay. I'm going to take an example of other industries.
Please,
because I think
go
we
ahead.
need to learn from them. There's a company who owns pizza outlets. It's a commoditized product, and the trick is to give a freshest pizza, hot pizza on time, whenever they want, and the demand fluctuates within a city, different days, different times. So now, to say it's a pizza company, but they are actually a platform company. What they have at the back, they know how to source the freshest material in the shortest possible time at the best rate, keeping the inventory low. They know if you have 10 outlets within a city, how to deploy your staff based on where the demand is peaking, so you have right people on in the outlet to serve the right amount of customers. They even hire people in a 5-10 kilometer radius around that so that whenever you have to deliver, they can commit a delivery promise, right? Now, think about it. They're a pizza company, but now, since they have this operating model using technology in the back, they are, applying the same for a chicken burger outlets. They can go vada pav, they can go dosa, because they are not necessarily a pizza company. They have an operating model behind it. And we've seen it happen again and again and again. Amazon started as a book delivery company. Now they want to deliver pharmaceuticals and get into healthcare, right? We've seen in India that disruption happen. So the whole point behind digital transformation is that they have broken the barriers between different industries. If you have a technology-enabled business model, you can cross over the industries and compete with anyone. And if we think we are competing only with hospitals, we are in trouble, because there will be players who have these operating models who will enter in hospital space and compete with this. We've done a brilliant job in bringing the best medical technology in India so far, but we are behind in using technology to meet consumer expectations and evolve better operating models which make you more viable and more scalable.
Great. Question to you, Doc. Error-free medication. 5 or 10 years back, even US, Canada, UK, the third leading cause of death was human error. This technology, in terms of digital platform, decreases this human error to less than 1%. It is called as error-free medication. You have various checks, balances, alerts within the system. If the dose is written wrong or transcribed wrong, or a particular drug is administered with another drug which is contraindicated, quick words on it. Error-free medication, how the digital platform decreases human error.
Absolutely. I can actually, again, I would still go back to my conversation on data, because I'm a technologist, I'm not a clinician, but I can definitely allow and tell you that we have done this, we have seen, because when we looked at our financials, we saw that there were a lot of money which is being gone because of the errors committed by the doctors, right? And we have looked at a couple of that the data comes in, and we look at, and we do alerts. I think that's exactly what, like you said, it's more about notification and alerts when that exact moment. Just a simple question, are you sure, is going to save a lot of energy and money for the hospitals. Just a simple question that, are you sure you want, or do you want a review, is going to make that difference. So workflows, automated workflows and notifications are going to help that.
So the reason actually of addressing this, an extremely important question, is the doses are, say for example, in literal terms in our day-to-day practices, 0.015 milligram per kilogram per day. Just please understand how easy it is to make an error in going from one room to another room, from one patient to another patient. Sometimes the doses are 0.001 microgram per ml per hour per meter squared. It's anyone's guess if you can get it always, all the time correct. So these modifications which are made in the IT system tell you that you're out of range in this drug, or the dose which is calculated is an error. So before the patient gets a wrong medication, you're alerted. A quick word, anyone who can take a domain expert on it, how is genomics going to transform the next 10 years? Anyone, whoever wants to take a lead in this.
I can say about it.
So to give you an example, clinically, you will come across n amount of patients. This person is on one antihypertensive, second antihypertensive, he goes to the cardiologist, and a third antihypertensive. It's not unusual, very common. Doses keep going up, blood pressure control mein nahi aa raha. The problem is not of the BP not coming under control. The problem is that person's genomics is not going to help with that particular drug as a formulation salt, because his body is not responding to it. That means you can modify the dose and probably make a triple therapy into a monotherapy if the drug platform which is used is suiting his DNA in terms of genomics. Anyone can take a lead, please.
Just two lines I will tell you about it. The research is going on. In the genomic sequencing, we are trying to predict the early cancer detection and the best chemo it will suit to give the treatment. And this project is going to be completed this August, and the data will come up to you. So that will be in the public domain. We have taken around 6,000 patients. We have got a wonderful result, around 72% accuracy is there. Let's see, because this is Indian data, that's why. And we have a lot of challenges are there, because the DNA of a person from north and south are different.
Wonderful. Anyone can take a lead
So,
on the
so
next question.
I
Yeah,
can
please.
add my bit here that the genomics is becoming extremely part of our lives, and the future medicine will not have a gynecology ward, it will not have a surgical ward, but it will have a gene ward. The genes would be, the wards, because the same gene is, responsible for, say, ovarian cancer and also for pancreatic cancer. So once you get to know that there are two guys with the same kind of, disease, but if the genetic makeup is slightly different, one chap will be given the medicines already happening, KRAS, etc., in colon cancer. One chap is given the medicine, and for the other chap, you can keep giving him, and he'll not improve. So that is what we are, coming down to. And very recently, I think 2-3 days back, you have read about this new drug, dostarlimab. It's more for rectal cancer. This has, for the first time, cured all 18 patients in a small trial. Unheard of, 100% result. So all this is going to get into the genetic part of medicine. So once you get to know what these 18 patients were of rectal cancer, so the genetic testing is going to be done. If those guys have colorectal cancer and that gene is there, this drug is going to be very, very effective. Right now, it's of course very costly, but then, that's part of the life. Some Indian company will be able to make it.
Just to give you an example which is familiar and top of the head of everyone in this room is COVID. We've lost millions of patients all over the world, and there are 7 major genes which predispose a person towards criticality, ventilation, ICU admissions, and death. And one of the genes is called as XLR7, which causes interferon type 1 deficiency, which is your protective protein. So the gene deficiency causes the less protective protein, causes more predisposition towards death. So I think genes is going to change our way of looking at life and disease and management forward. Last couple of major vertical questions, beginning with you. Building management system. So we create a hospital, we put in an IT platform, we put in a digital platform. Now who's going to think of building management system? Is there anything called as BMS? Is there anyone going to look after the biomedical waste? Is there anyone going to look after the efficiency of lights? Light saving, energy saving, power saving means conservation gives a better ROI. Anyone's going to look after the leakage and wastage of water? Is there anything going to be on renewable energy or alternative forms of generating energy? What about the HVAC, right? Everyone talks of ACs. I'm not married to Blue Star, but we've dealt with Blue Star in more than a couple of hospitals. Phenomenal platform of an HVAC system of AC. Ventilation is the next buzzword for the next many decades. Poorly ventilated rooms, irrespective of the crowds, you're going to get some infections somewhere. Warming cycles of air are going to be changed every hour. Where is the HVAC placed in the building? Is the building management system going to enhance the hospital security, breakthroughs, pilferages? Over to you.
Great. We at Providence, we had a promise that we're going to be carbon neutral by 2030. And we are actually running this program, as you said, exactly all the parameters which you spoke about. Wastage, how do you manage air conditioning, especially renewable energy, right? We are posed towards that, and we have seen that when you have a centralized system which can actually do this for multiple hospitals, we can actually gain that efficiency. And we are definitely going towards that, and I'm sure that we'll be carbon neutral by 2030.
Okay, next question. Anyone on panel? And then we'll have a few minutes, Sujata, for question answer if the time permits. Home care. Anyone wants to take over home care? Why should a pregnant lady for a routine blood pressure monitoring have to visit a hospital 20 kilometers away? Why would a single person who's physically disabled or specially challenged child be taken to a hospital setting when it is a routine monitoring? Can this be done digitally? Can this be done through a video platform? Can this be done through a smart alert? Can this be done through an online platform in which advice comes? A patient does not necessarily have to travel up and down. I think home care, ambulatory care is an extremely important part. 20% of hospital OPD visits are unnecessary. They can be done from home. It decongests the hospital. It eases the arms of clinicians to spend more time on critical patients. Anyone wants to address home care?
I think I'll come in here. Sure. Now, the variables, as you all know, are a stark reality. I have an Apple Watch. I'm not wearing it right now. It can tell you your oxygen saturation. It can show you an ECG. It can be linked anywhere through your phone. If there is, you can set the critical limits. If your heartbeat is more than 130, 140, your physician is already going to be informed. Second thing is that this is again coming in. You all have heard about it. Internet of Things is 5G coming in, 6G coming in, etc., etc. What does it all mean? That you are going to be living in a wired, actually not a wired kind of a environment, but a Wi-Fi and a Bluetooth kind of a enabled environment where everything from your side can be taken care of. Supposing, we were staying, many of our doctor friends are in America, they tell us that they're worried about their parents because who will look after them? Well, the good news is that a person will go there every day, the data will be available, the doctor would be sitting in the hospital, and all the variables would be transmitting to them what was his, breathing, oxygen saturation, what was the heart rate, ECG, etc. And if need be, the help is always at hand. But again, for India, what we need is a good, electronic health record, and these things will come in later.
Wonderful. Siddhartha, any questions?
Can I give you one?
Yeah, please go ahead.
One example I'm giving to you. AIMS, we get the patient from very low level to the higher level people, even the bureaucrats, ministers, and the low class people. Many patients, they come from the Bihar, Assam, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, all these things. We have made a trial that is anti-cognate apps. Okay. For this, there is, it is about 400 patients they have registered, those who are already getting treatment in AIMS. And they have to come every 3 months to follow up for this. What we have done, we have taken 10 patients again. They have to do that very simple test, okay, RBC and 3 more tests they have to do it. They have to do it, they have to upload the reports. Automatically the apps will read it. If required to visit, then it will tell you have to visit it immediately within this period of time. On this day, meet this doctor. Second, if some dosage is required to improve, it is not required to visit, again it will communicate it. This dosage has to be approved. Third one is it is not required anything, then they will ask you, you have to change your food and your activities, physical activities, you have to do it. So this is the things, and it is working perfectly. This is the very small things, but around 70% those who are less than 5, their education is less than 5 standards. So this is the one of the successful example to you. Second thing is that what we are talking about it, we are very serious about to our old age people. They can't move. And any hospital will go, even private hospital will go, at least 1 hour, 2 hours, they have to stay there. But 70% cases, in follow-up cases, it is not required to come to the hospital. They can take the treatment from the remotely.
Wonderful. Just a couple of points. In a hospital, all of us have been to hospitals, either as doctors or as patients. Have you ever thought as to why the first OPD in a hospital block is a psychiatric OPD? Just think why. It need not be so. Why is the last distance-wise from the elevator an OPD of post-op surgical or orthopedics? It doesn't make sense. So hospital planning, hospital alignment, in terms of ease of comfort, all comes from proper, appropriate technology being used to design. I will leave the floor open for any questions. Please ask all the panelists. I'm not going to answer any question I don't know. Please, go ahead. Please.
Firstly, I take the opportunity to thank Dr. Bagai. I think for the first time I'm seeing a moderator who could possibly connect all the dots so beautifully. Thank you, sir. I mean, this was absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
And the inputs that came from all the panelists, I think absolutely brilliant, particularly Dr. Lal and each one of you, Dr. Rajiv Singhal. My question is that somewhere down the line, sir, when we're talking about high-end agility into healthcare platform, be it through the digital mode or the physical one, the quality of input defines the output.
Yeah.
It could be at the human interface level, where there is a very big challenge that the nation is facing when it comes to skilling of people. Time and again, there are situations wherein right at the hospital.
Can you just pause this question for a second? Because it's something which escaped my list of points to address. And I want to address it to you. Does AIIMS anywhere in India have only for skilled IT development a movement or a center which is giving enhanced level of scientific education to have better trained IT professionals in AIIMS? What we call as skill development?
Yes, skill development, we do it, but
do you all have a certified course, or
no,
can someone get a qualification from it or a certification from it?
1999, we have started 2 years medical informatics training programs, and that is meant for only defense and railways. We have not opened to the other people.
Back to you, sir.
So the quality of nurses, when it comes to still, I'll go on record to say that I mean there are times when most of the old Kerala nurses used to come, they were much more trained, much better trained, they were much higher on empathy. No biases, but just observation. So most of the time, you talked about the human interface, the human intervention. You said that there are checks and balances into the system. I mean, there were times, and again, I'll take the liberty to say so, that the old doctors, when they used to go on rounds, the senior physicians, the senior consultants, junior doctors would take notes. Now they try to take notes digitally. Half of the things that they say, they never get recorded. And when a doctor is on a round and he has to cover almost about 18 to 20 patients, he's also doing the rounds in ICU. There's a lot of critical data which is being lost. I mean, the changes that are being recommended on the patient bed are not being absorbed by the HIS at all. They struggle to reach out to the people who are serving the diet plans. Dr. has recommended right on the bed something very different, which has not been captured at all. So I think this element of human preparedness, intellect, integration of knowledge, understanding the sensitivity and sensibility alike, where is the skill building for that?
Anyone? How do you capture data in a large, busy hospital where one person is seeing more than 5 or 10 or 20 patients?
I'm not going to give you the answer, but I know somebody who can, and that is Mr. Gautam Khanna, who's the CEO of Hinduja Hospital. Gautam, and he's also the chairman of the FICCI's healthcare committee. Gautam, please enlighten us.
Dr. Bagai, with your permission.
Please go ahead.
So, I didn't expect, I mean, you are the panel, you are supposed to answer.
I can ask questions.
Okay, so your point is very, very valid, because in a busy hospital with a senior consultant, the residents would not be able to...
Gautam, bit louder, please.
Residents would not be able to take notes like what you mentioned. And so this is a valid thing. So what we have done, for example, in the OT, we have ensured that even if there is a digital recording, they do it there. They don't leave the OT till it is done. But in ward rounds, it is a problem, and some people have started recording on the phone. So I know it is not an effective solution, but this problem has been recognized, and so I gave you an example of the OT, recording notes on the OT. Other thing what we have done is, for the residents, in each ward, we've provided laptops, computers, so that as soon as the senior doctor leaves, and if the resident is there, he just finishes his notes. It's still not the best solution, but I think what we are coming to is if they can write on an iPad, they write the notes. It's like taking notes digitally, and then it gets converted. So that solution is coming, and we are looking at something like that.
Your point is extremely valid. So this question was actually addressed 5 or 6 years back.
Can I address you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And one of the companies, Philips, has a dictaphone which fits into your coat pocket, and your coats of your doctors is designed that it fits in. It's very much like a pen. It's called as dragger, right? And it captures through voice recognition what the consultant is saying. So the consultant cannot talk Hebrew, he cannot talk of the weather, and he cannot talk of home and banks. He is talking only of the patient. Is a voice recognition. The voice is converted into a Word document, and it goes into the patient's file before the patient leaves the room. So this technology exists. The question is, who wants to embrace it? It comes at a cost, right? But that cost is negligible when you're looking at data, when you're looking at accuracy of treatment and minimum errors.
Yeah, I can introduce you to some Pune-based guys who are very good at this voice recognition.
And sir, I have one more question. I'm sorry, my mother post-COVID has been hospitalized 9 times in max, so I think I've really faced it. So I think this is not coming as an anguish, but something what I've really felt and realized. So second thing that is felt is that the nurse-to-bed ratio. They say that any nurse is supposed to
Can I answer your question, what it is real situation in the clinical system environment? We have a department which is called gastroenterology. Okay, it is a very super specialized department and clinical departments. The first step we have started to make paperless, from the OPD to the discharge of the patients. And each patient's records, which is been entered through keyboards, it has taken 40 minutes, and it was not possible to make it. And who has to enter? Because if you enter by the data entry operator, there is a lot of mistake it will come up.
Okay.
Major fields are drop downs, still something they have to write in running matters. And we have tried for 6 months, we failed. Okay. Next step, what we have done it, offline we have started doing it, but it is not possible. The data is too huge, we have a lot of pendings, it has come up. Next, what we have started, what he was saying, the voice. But the challenges in the voice, one product is very good product, we have tested it. I'll not tell the name because it's a open forum and I'm not going to promote that product. Okay, but this is a very good product for us. And the accuracy rate is around 94-95% because medical terminology, it captured, it has a dictionary of medical terminology, it can pick up it. And thing is that my residents are from south, north, east, west, everywhere. Their pronunciation in English is different. Still it captured because it's the AI-based voice recognition systems. It's a very good product. And when we have tested it, what was the problem, do you know? In the OPD, the doctor is seated is there. In super specialty, one consultant will be seated there and one senior resident and 2 junior resident doctors. They have to talk each other and patient is there and patient with attendant. And some patients are outside also. So a lot of voice it will come up. So that's why the product is really useful, but when it will come to the practical, it is not useful, frankly speaking. That is the major problems we have. Anyway, we have to find some other solutions. When you are talking about writing, see, there are 2 things we have to look into it. Clinical system, it's supposed to be standardized. And Government of India has already recommended you have to adopt SNOMED City. It is the free license to all, government as well as private. All the clinical system, it's supposed to be compliance with SNOMED City. And SNOMED City code is SNOMED City made for only for the IT, digital records, health records. It is for the digital health records. Whatever you will, let's take, you are typing the symptom. At the backgrounds, it will give the list of the symptom. You will select one in background, in digital form it will be stored there. It is not required to remember that code. And if you want this mapping also, CDAC is giving free of cost to everybody. So you should know it and you should apply at your place. Otherwise, any medical record, it is not standardized. You can't use the AI. Because I have 3 projects in AI, I am facing same problem because old data is There's many nomenclature is coming up with same symptom, same disease. So you have to take care of that thing. This is my suggestion to all.
Any other questions?
I'm Dr. Rajiv Kumar Jain. I work for Indian Railways healthcare system, which, by the way, is the largest branded healthcare system in the country today, right from primary, tertiary, secondary, across the country. The question is to the entire panel and maybe some experts in this hall. When we talk of digital healthcare for healthy future, as we've been talking, do you have any benchmark today, or any country, any state, or any geographical boundary where digital healthcare for healthy future is being practiced as India is visualizing, like you were talking of Ayushman Bharat digital mission? That's part one. Part two, as Dr. Bagai very rightly mentioned, use of technology for vaccine administration to the level that India has shown in the last more than a year. Do you have any other example in the world where this scale and this technology has been utilized for administration of a COVID-19 vaccine in the world, anywhere in the world? These are the two questions to the panel. And these answers to these questions will determine the future of India's path-breaking leadership role, which very rightly Dr. Lal was mentioning. He himself has been mentioning that he's been leading by adopting and adapting technology for his use in Indian geographical situation. So that's the question to the entire panel. Anybody would like to come forward?
Somebody there wants to answer, I think. You can always give the opportunity to somebody from the crowd. Yeah.
Okay. I have a one-line question, actually.
Okay.
That's very nice.
Okay.
Keep it short. We were talking, Dr. Lal specifically had information or an opinion that you've got Internet of Things, you've got wearable devices, they send data. My question is very simple. Will clinicians act on this data and prescribe medicines or treatment?
Yes, of course, the clinicians would love it. If they don't have to take somebody's pulse, and they themselves, of course, never take the blood pressure, so they would welcome it. They just want data to be presented to them, that this is the patient, these are the signs and symptoms, and of course, unfortunately, we didn't have a IBM Watson kind of a thing here. Otherwise, everything is now in front of you. But I'll tell you the place where they have faltered. The NHS chief was here many years ago, and he said, Dr. Lal, we unknowingly introduced the electronic health records, or digitized the whole thing. But we made one great mistake, and that mistake was that we did not take doctors into confidence. And it went haywire, it fell flat. So doctors are very chary of using any system which they themselves don't feel easy with. So that is, so India is going to find out, what you want. Apollos will do something else, and Fortis will do something else. Max will come out with another, solution. So you have to wait.
Yeah. So for a treadmill, you have a protocol which interprets the signals, right? For a patient monitor, the data is coming off your bedside in your hospital, so you trust the data. There's an Apple Watch, there's an Android Watch, there's some other IoT device. These may or may not be standardized. So will the healthcare community accept the data as valid enough to act and prescribe? That's
absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Sir, one thing I'm telling you, telemedicine standards, it has already been approved from Government of India. So that what you are asking, all the answer is there. Whether it's IoT device, whether it is a digital stethoscope, whether it is any other devices that is also, everything is acceptable.
Yeah. Let me, is there anybody from Fortis here today? Okay. So Fortis is already operating remote ICUs, and then somebody else also.
I'm the guy who set up
so
that.
Again, I don't know why is he keeping quiet.
2011 was the first time when 150 beds were connected from Escorts to Raipur, Raigad, Amritsar, Dehradun, Agra.
So we have Mr. Rajiv sitting in the panel, we have Raj Gore sitting in the panel, and behind we have Dr. Alok Rai, so all, and myself, Vishal Gupta. So there are so many ex-Fortis people are here. So these are the core team who developed the entire Fortis ecosystem long time back. So you can ask whatever you want to ask to the Fortis.
So my simple answer is that when you can run remote ICUs, what you think the doctors will not believe Apple Watch ECG?
So the good thing is the CDAC, eSanjeevani platform has evolved a lot. So I think if you see that platform, that is giving all the functionality which is required on a scale for the country like India. But I just want to ask, the answer one question which was just asked. So currently I am working as a CIO for a healthcare group, but for last 2 years I worked as a advisor for the digital health for National Health Authority, and I was primarily responsible for Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission ecosystem. So I was the chief architect for that. So 2-3 things. First thing is the government, as Mr. Sushil from AIMS has mentioned, the government is doing a lot of work for the digital health standardization and to build a digital health ecosystem for India. But the sad part is the people are not aware. For example, the CDAC. CDAC in collaboration with NHA, National Health Authority, has published a NRC, which we call the National Resource Center. National Resource Center is giving all the profile for the standardization of the health ecosystem. That is one. Second thing is, the government is investing a lot in terms of the SNOMED city, as mentioned by Sushil. So government is investing, and SNOMED city is available as a nomenclature for free of cost for the public and private, and government is ready to pay for the entire nation for the SNOMED city. The third thing is government has, there was a question that what benchmark we are making. So there is no benchmark actually available for India. And India is creating their own benchmark. And the reason for that is, in other part of the world, see, the issue is there is a kind of a repository of electronic health record, which we call the EHR. But unfortunately, in India, we cannot, due to n number of reasons, mainly due to the PDP bill, we cannot have a centralized EHR. So what we decided is the data will remain at source. The source means the care provider, be it Fortis, Max, HCG, Apollo, or AIMS. The data will remain at the source with the point of care, and there should be a provision so that the data fly real time. So if I am a patient going to Fortis and I have a health records in Apollo, then that is my data and it should be in my control, and wherever I want, so I should be in the position so that data fly with me. The way I carry my physical file, similarly I have the control of my electronic health records, and the data fly whenever I want based on my consent. So that framework is very unique. It never happened anywhere in the globe, and first time it is happening in India. So we did pilot in 6 UTs in India. It went very successful, and now recently it has been launched across the India, and that is happening successfully.
May I request Mr. Bibor and Mr. Srikanth to come up on the dais to felicitate our panel members. As we talk about technology, we have to talk about our health tech partner, Providence. We have with us Dr. Veda Sampath Kumar, Director, Strategy and Operations, Providence India, to share their mission when it comes to health tech. Dr. Veda, please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much for the warm welcome. I will not be here for too long, standing between you and lunch. Just have a few slides. But thanks for your warm welcome, and it's a pleasure to participate in such a prestigious event in the company of such an esteemed audience. I'm Dr. Veda Sampath. I head Strategy and Operations at Providence, India. I trained to be a physician at JIPMA Pondicherry, but then switched tracks, went to business school, held some strategy positions in healthcare startups in India like NephroPlus and Sai Life Sciences, and have joined Providence recently. So I'm here today to share with you the aspiration and story of Providence around transforming healthcare with technology. And I'd like to start my presentation today with a quick video.
At Providence, where faith leads our way, we invite you to come exactly as you are,
including where you come from and what you believe.
To bring your whole self, mind, body, and spirit, and know we'll always walk alongside you in all the moments of your life.
With us,
You are seen, heard, and loved because you're our neighbor, our friend, our family.
Our spiritual tradition inspires us to believe in the dignity and value every individual brings into the world.
And we believe health is critical to unlocking that potential.
We do that with personalized care from exceptional caregivers.
You know yourself best, which is why we listen to your goals and partner with you on your journey to achieving them.
Ours is a tradition of future-focused medicine, steeped in excellence.
From cutting-edge research and breakthrough treatments to the most advanced approaches to care,
we bring precision medicine, determination, compassion, and grit to every life we touch, always focused on the human connection.
Our worlds never stop changing. There will be moments of tremendous joy and those of great hardship.
to those trials we bring the best hearts, brightest minds, and most advanced treatments to deliver the best outcomes.
And we don't stop caring for you at the door. We partner within our communities to keep each other safe, nourished, and at ease.
Looking out for the health of the whole community and each individual within it,
so we can be well together.
That's our commitment to you. That's what it means to bring the promise of Providence to life. We see the life in you.
So what you just saw was the brand video for Providence, and the last line in the video, "We see the life in you," beautifully captures what Providence has stood for the last 170 odd years. So Providence is a health system in the US with 52 hospitals, $26 billion in revenue. We have 950 plus clinics spread over the west coast of the US. And it's a not-for-profit health system. It is driven by the belief that health is a human right, and it is committed to providing high-quality, compassionate health care to all. The vision of Providence is health for a better world, right? And there was a discussion in the earlier panel about what do health systems measure themselves on. So one of the key things that we measure ourselves on is patient-reported outcomes, and that is one of the 6 key priorities within the organization. But the additional thing that we measure ourselves on is caregiver experience and engagement. And that's especially become more and more important with the pandemic wave, with a lot of burnout being faced by the clinical and operational staff. So with reimbursements not keeping pace with costs and increasing expectations of consumers and patients, providers in the US are having to transform from being a hospital-centric, geographically constrained fee-for-service model to a value-based healthcare model with greater emphasis on prevention, wellness promotion, and outpatient care. And this is what we call as the journey from health 1.0 to 2.0. Where the patient and consumer needs and convenience are at the heart of a wide variety of health and wellness services delivered through numerous access points such as retail clinics, home care, and even the smartphone. And technology will play a key role in this transformation from health 1.0 to 2.0, and therefore Providence has made several investments in this space. For example, Providence forged an alliance with Microsoft in 2019 to empower our caregivers. We call our employees caregivers. And so to empower them with better software, harness clinical data, and to improve care and build the hospital of the future. Providence was the first West Coast health system to use Amazon Alexa for express care appointment scheduling. Data is the future, key to the future of healthcare. And Providence has built a healthcare data consortium with 14 leading health systems in the US, with the goal of bringing de-identified data from all of these health systems onto one platform on which analytics can be run at scale. This company is called Truveta, and it has a bold vision of saving lives with data. And they've done a lot of work during the recent pandemic. So within a period of 2 weeks, they were able to collect data from 14 health systems and generate peer-reviewed papers in peer-reviewed journals, which informs COVID care. We also brought a Microsoft veteran as our CIO, Mr. BJ Moore, who set us on a digital transformation journey of simplify, modernize, innovate. We had 4,000 plus applications across 52 hospitals, and they had accumulated through a series of acquisitions that we made to grow to 52 hospitals. And simplification was an immediate need. We have now retired many of these applications and moved to a single system-wide EHR, and are about to launch a single system-wide ERP as well, and this will be the largest Oracle ERP implementation in a healthcare provider setup. Simultaneously, we also started our cloud migration journey and are embedding cybersecurity measures across the system. So one very important technology investment that Providence made was setting up Providence India in Hyderabad, so which is where Manoj and I come from. So Providence India was set up in 2020, and we are a COVID baby. So right after the incorporation, COVID struck, and through the last 3 waves of the pandemic, we've managed to grow to about 600 people, and aiming to hit about 1,000 by the end of this year. The team has a mix of experience from technology majors, products and services, consulting, as well as healthcare companies. We collaborate with clinical teams in the US and leverage a breadth of technologies to deliver solutions that enhance caregiver experience, patient experience, and also deliver better patient outcomes. We are digitally transforming the clinical enterprise by modernizing the hospital IT infrastructure, using a cloud-first approach, embedding robust cybersecurity, and application of analytics, AI, and ML technologies. We are reconfiguring the current hospital-centric system to build an ecosystem of the health ecosystem of the future with digitally empowered patients at the center, and a focus on how patients maintain good health at home. This will take us to Health 2.0. So our capabilities range from electronic health records, cloud and network services that Manoj represents. We have a data analytics, AI, ML team. We have a group dedicated to building, we call it admin technologies, which builds applications that are used by HR, finance, and other administrative functions. So it's basically meant to be a one-stop shop for all health IT requirements for hospitals. Originally, Providence India was set up 2 years ago to drive the digital transformation of Providence in the US with 52 hospitals. But within a couple of years of our journey, we realized that the solutions that we are building could be leveraged by other health systems as well. And so we are in conversations with other health systems in the US as well, and about to sign a contract with a very large 10 billion plus health system shortly. In addition to that, we're also exploring opportunities to work with health systems in other geographies, for example, Southeast Asia, Middle East, and potentially India as well, if there is interest. So again, if anybody is interested in a conversation about collaboration opportunities, happy to set something up going forward. Thank you so much.
We know we need to balance the needs of the moment versus the needs of the unforeseeable future. Particularly now, faced with a pandemic, there is no manual on this or any class in architecture school, or most schools for that matter, that teaches you how to get through it and address the needs of the people you serve in the unusual circumstances we find ourselves in. Yet we need to solve the challenges of creating a safer place. Many have asked about the thoughts on how we need to move forward designing the built and healthcare environment with respect to COVID-19. Our second panel is on the time to rethink healthcare architecture and infrastructure. May I call upon architect Manu Malhotra, who will be moderating this session, to come up on the stage. Our second panel comprises of the subject matter experts, Dr. R. Chandrasekhar, who is the chairman, IGBC Healthcare, and he is a former architect from Ministry of Health. Dr. Alok Roy, who is the chairman and managing director, Medica Synergy Private Limited. Dr. Architect Shamit Manchanda, who is the chief healthcare architect, Manchanda Associates. Dr. Gautam Khanna, CEO and chairman, CEO Hinduja Hospital and chairman of FICCI Health Services Committee. Naresh Duble, head marketing and continuous improvement at Knauf Sealing Solutions. R. Bhagat Singh, lead specialist product management, commercial air conditioning division and at Blue Star India Limited. Manu, he is the director and chairman of RSMS Architects, and he brings over 2 decades of experience in business development, design development, project management, and programming in healthcare. So Manu, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank ITP for actually organizing such a distinguished panel to discuss one of the most relevant subjects today, which is rethinking the healthcare architecture and infrastructure. I would actually start with Dr. Khanna. Why don't we actually go ahead and introduce ourselves a little bit, and then we take the discussion forward.
So I am, by the way, firstly, thanks to ITP for giving me the honorary degree of a doctor. I'm not a doctor. So I'm an engineer and an MBA kind of a person, regular guy. So I run Hinduja Hospitals, and I've been the CEO of Hinduja Hospital for 8 years plus. Before that, I have worked in the industry for more than 24 years. So, and in addition to my role there, I also chair the FICCI Health Services Committee, and I'm also the president of Associations of Hospital in Mumbai. So thank you for inviting me here, and look forward to the discussion.
Yeah, taking cue from my friend, I do thank ITP. I think we from Blue Star, we continue to associate with ITP for all the years. And after a break of 2 years, I think we are having a physical session. That's very good. And myself, Bhagat Singh, I am taking care of the product management in the HVAC systems, representing Blue Star. Of course, I am also a member of the related committees like Rama and Ishre, and we have continuous discussions there and taking it forward. I am also a member of BE's Chiller Labeling Program Committee, and I have about 30 years of experience both in India and abroad. Probably we will try to share some of the knowledge what we have in this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, very thankful to from the virtual to the reality is the ITP. I am Dr. Chandrasekhar. I am a former chief architect with the Ministry of Health, Government of India. In fact, more in charge of looking after the PMSSY, that is Pradhan Mantri Swasthya Suraksha Yojana. We are setting up of all AIMS-like institution and medical colleges. And presently I am with the World Bank and also the chairperson for the Indian Green Building Council for setting up a healthcare rating system, and visiting professor, London South Bank University. And my specialization is the medical architecture. In fact, I am the first PhD in the country in the field of medical architecture, which I try and promote that healthcare architecture is very specialized subject where a comprehensive approach is to be done. And being a part of the hospital administrator, so what I do is I also teach planning, designing to guest faculty as a AIMS, and right now AIMS Jammu has come up with a joint program of IIT Jammu, IIM Jammu and AIMS Jammu together, and I am a faculty in that in the AIMS Jammu. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So myself is Naresh, and I thank each one of you for being here. So this is an awesome moment. This is my first physical event after, I think many of you are also here for the first time in a physical event. Knauf Group globally is a German group, has taken over Armstrong, which is a 160-year-old company. I've been working since right beginning of Armstrong in this country, 20 years back. I'm completing 20 years and 10 years focusing on healthcare. Done some research work around sound and acoustics. Sir has also guided me for a lot of ESIC's aims, construction and work. So I have some real pleasure of working with the creator, the god, the architects, and the people who really execute the physical reality, the contractors, CPWDs and government and owners. So looking forward to really connect and understand how do we take our hospital to our next level where we can make it AI ready. All those things which we heard in the first session, can we really implement in our building?
Dr. Roy.
Namaskar. My name is Dr. Alok Roy. I'm by profession a doctor and trying to run a hospital in Calcutta. And that's it. I serve people.
We need to introduce him. He's the chairman of Medica Group of Hospitals. He's the former chair of FICCI Health Services. He's been instrumental in setting up very large hospitals in the country like Fortis and so on. I can go on and on, but I'll stop here.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Shamit Manchanda. I'm an architect. We run a healthcare consultancy firm, Manchanda Associates. We primarily do healthcare and hospital-related projects only, both in the private sector as well as in the government, ranging from Medanta Ganganagar to Apollo Cradle in Greater Noida to Nizam Shura Medical Sciences Accreditation at Hyderabad, to a couple of projects that we're doing in Sikkim at the moment. So that's the basic introduction for my healthcare side. Thank you.
Great, Shamit, thanks. So to set the tone for the discussion, on the subject, I would start with how the hospitals have been designed over the last 2 decades. Some of the basic principles, most of the stakeholders have always been talking about future-proofing the design in terms of, regulatory norms, the changes in ground coverages, FSI, related to machinery and technology in diagnostics and treatment area. But nobody ever talked about the surge demand which came in due to the pandemic. The other things, most of the hospitals were designing were for non-communicable diseases, but this was the first time we encountered a situation wherein the communicable disease pattern came into picture because of the pandemic, and here we were not only supposed to save the life of the patients, but also the caregivers. Some of the basic fundamental principles of healthcare design, like segregation of traffic, which is between patients, visitors, staff, doctors, and services. Here we had a subcategory in the patient category itself this time, around which challenged the way the hospitals need to be designed going forward. The surge demand actually also led to a situation where the same infrastructure was used for more and more patients and inflow, which resulted in hospitals, each facility reacting to it in a different manner, putting the same infrastructure, single room converted to a double room, waiting spaces, corridors. Even in a city like Delhi NCR, we have seen that the corridors were filled up with beds, which led to a lot of egress challenges from fire and life safety perspective. Electrical systems were overstretched, and same was with the medical gas pipeline systems. Having said this, I'm sure with all the experts here, we can actually discuss how each one of you in your kind of setup reacted to this and what are the way forwards, we would suggest for the projects. So I'll start with Dr. Chandrasekhar. You have been associated with both private and government institutes, and also have been instrumental in setting up some COVID centers. What do you think should be our approach towards future preparedness in terms of more pandemics coming in or similar situations? And how do you address the demand of instant demand in making changes in the existing facilities?
Thank you, Manu. In fact, I'll put it in a two-way, because being in the government at the policy level as well as executing things at the ground, if I see it at macro level, always infrastructure is a key. Whenever they say how much it is going to cost, building kitna lagega, how much square feet, what is the kind of a facilities, so this is how it starts. So at the macro level, what has happened, last year Prime Minister already launched National Digital Health Infrastructure Mission. Now that infrastructure mission, basically COVID has taught us number of things. Out of that, one thing which we all know, what crumbled most is the diagnostic. So he said, why can't we have a surveillance through diagnosis through the networking? So that is where the digitization is used. And for that, setting up at a block level and also keeping a different, the CHC and PHC level where the wellness, health and wellness centers were set up. Now, for any setting up, we always say the money required for infrastructure, he said IT based. IT based means there should be a minimal investment in the infrastructure, and central government has taken certain share also, and accordingly this is being executed and it has been on. Why? That is how the preparedness has to come. So diagnostic surveillance is one of the main key factor. Then also, why can't we have EOPD or discharge or admission, etc., whatever the number of procedure, and finally the e-governance. These kind of methodologies were thought of when National Digital Health Mission was also being conceived. When it was all into the pipeline, COVID actually put it in a very rapid mode, and that is how we are all into digitization. Today, even a fruit vendor, I can pay him digital to that much extent which we have achieved, that is due to COVID. When I come to the micro level, when e-Sanjeevani or EOPD or tele-consultation, everything is happening, why should everyone should crowd around into the government hospital or any hospital? Though in the private, we come only with the appointment, but in the government, it used to be a crowd. In AIMS, it used to be around 12 to 15,000 footprint per day in OPD. It was such a huge. Now, everything has gone into digitization and very minimal come on a walk-in basis, otherwise everything is on formation. Because of that, what has happened? The waiting area has reduced. That means the area coverage of the infrastructure gets reduced. Now we want touchless parameter, how to go about, and similarly, Indo-UK Institute of Health came up with a concept when Prime Minister went and signed an agreement with this thing. They said, screen everybody at the district level and only the people who need to come to hospital can come, which is really needing hospitalization. That means wellness center is going to be the strength. And I, being a part of, not only now I am advising number of states for setting up their medical college and establishment, so they are all onto the same mode. Then the question came in, the manpower. So that also has gone into the E mode in training and methodology. So this is the way now at the macro and micro level, we are trying to manage that how minimal infrastructure construction with the optimal utilization. And today, just now in the prior session, even the last question was, how can be a home care? And particularly we have seen, since I guide some of the PhD students and all, they have also given some feedback saying that in an ICU, maximum 14 days, 12 to 14 days, after that a person has to have a sustenance. Instead of that, why can't we prepare that ICU at home care so that the patient who is at that critical area, he is also recovering fast. So these kind of a thing has developed because of the COVID. We could get into the infrastructure style has changed. It is not the same way what we used to build the hospital. Now in the hospital segment, generally we always compare government with private, that the OPD area is always larger in the government segment, and the private, you compensate with private rooms, so your IPD area is large. Overall, the total area remains the same. Now the scenario is, we are squeezing, and because of the technology being advanced and touchless parameter, because everybody is aware that this kind of a pandemic is not that one, it has given a warning and every time it can be. Second thing which we learned, our people will, expert will throw light on that, is air quality. Up till now, we were only knowledgeable about ventilation, pressurization, filtration. HEPA filter, best, that is it. Filtration, trapping the pathogen, but it is not killing. So ultraviolet germicidal irradiation, or what we call it UVGI and photohydroionization, these are the killer that you have to kill the pathogen. So that air quality, Now people are more concerned even in their own in-house. And there also, people bring in lot of air purifier, and when you bring in air purifier, you have to shut down the door and windows to make it effective. Then the CO2 level goes high. Then the person doesn't know how to have the air changes. So such challenges are now being addressed. This is the impact of post-COVID, and that is where we have started giving this thing. This is just, I am putting it across to set the ball rolling so that everybody will share the experience in the similar line. Thank you.
And I mean, beyond pandemic, what are the evidence-based design, related stuff which you think should be adopted?
See, evidence-based design is what we call it connect with nature. I'll give you just one example. Amitabh Bachchan, during his Kaun Banega Karodpati, somebody asked him a question that, sir, that poetry which you are telling, can you recite? He said, before that I'll tell you on what circumstances I have written that poetry. He said, when I was injured and admitted in Breach Candy Hospital in that coolie shooting. Breach Candy Hospital, a lot of people may be knowing, it is near the seashore in Mumbai. The person, he said that my bed position was behind my window, there is a beautiful sea, my head was in this side. They said, "Arey, ye bed to ghuma do jara, let me enjoy the sea." And that inspired him to give the writing this poetry. The same way, connecting with nature is a great healer. And evidence-based design, you all are using number of colors and specialities and great daylighting. Daylight brings in lot of life. Lot of hospital I have seen now also. Inside the people are in a area where they don't know whether it is raining outside or whether it is a sunshine. Even to an extent, the researchers has gone, how best is the east side light versus the west side light, how the average length of stay and the lesser medication has happened because of that. So evidence-based design has a great impact, and connecting with nature is very, very important. And now being in the IGBC chair, I also feel that these are also saves energy, and you will not switch on the unnecessary light when you have a daylighting. That's what in short.
Dr. Roy, coming to you, personally I've been interacting with you from the last 3 decades. My first interaction I still remember was at Fortis Noida. And ever since then you have moved on and setting up your own facilities, operating them at Medica. With you, I would like to take the discussion forward on the softer aspects of the infrastructure. That is, how did you address the workflow in terms of your staff movement inside the facilities? What changes you did in the existing setup when the surge actually happened, and you being involved in a lot of designs as well yourself. So what do you think would be the programmatic change, space program changes that would happen going forward for whatever facilities you decide to build or others decide to build?
So I'll just share some experiences. One good thing of growing old is that you have a lot of experiences and you don't mind talking about it. So when the COVID hit, I had some 350 patients in a hospital, and I have a very bad habit of going and seeing all of them and their faces every day. Against the wishes of my board and management that why are you doing, you are above 60, why are you going there? But just as a habit, go around, walk around, see the property. So I met one girl, very young girl, around 25, 27, 28, around that, bitterly crying next to a patient. I said, what happened, beta? Why are you crying? Is something wrong with you? I think it happened. That was a time when everybody was wearing a PPE, face covered, face fogged. She says, I'm laughing. She says that, sir, last half an hour at this patient, I've been giving him passive leg movement therapy. And just now nurse comes and tells me, the patient died 1 hour back. Can't you see the screen? It's flat. So then half an hour, she gave him a passive leg movement and patient had died. Half the staff standing outside hysterically laughing, and half the staff standing outside crying with her. So That is the story of medical architecture. Whoever builds a hospital, half the people will like it, half the people will not like it. And the problem with whichever hospital you walk in, whoever built it, whenever he built it, 10 years later, other than fixed spots like bathroom and the lift, entire hospital has changed completely. Am I right or wrong, Manu?
Yeah, true.
That is story of medical architecture. So it's a very dynamic field. What Mr. Chandrasekhar had said, it moves so fast. Things change so. We in our hospital, most of our hospital, had some 10 positive pressure and 10 negative pressure. Suddenly the entire hospital became a negative pressure. How do you convert a hospital to negative pressure? All the Blue Stars and all that, they came and it had to be done not in a month or a year, it had to be done in 24 hours, 48 hours. That was the demand, that was the need. So what we have realized, that health architecture is very, very interdependent on its functionality, staff and technology. These three are the huge hallmark, the bucket of architecture. The manpower, staff, their ability to deliver. So you need to know them, how they are going to deliver, what they are going to deliver. If nursing station is here and pharmacy store is there, she will run 100 times just to give medicine to one patient. So that staff satisfaction and staff movement and control. Second is that technology. And third is that how do we quickly change our hospital into, that pandemic has taught us, that the ability to transform the hospital based on the need. Yesterday the budget paint had a fire. I had 50% burn patients coming to us, and we are not a burn hospital. Now what do? They all need a positive pressure, not negative pressure. My entire hospital was tuned to negative pressure. So we had to quickly, how do we make a negative positive? So, what is emerging very clearly, that if you can give us a flexibility of space, flexibility of functionality, flexibility of ensuring that the infection control don't go beyond control, then you are part of it. So the architect has to be a doctor as well.
So we'll take this discussion, forward with Bhagat, in terms of how we can quickly adapt to the, positive and negative pressures, same room, whether there is a possibility of any human errors there or not. Dr. Alok, you also talked about digital and, technology, and I know that you have been very tech savvy yourself since a long, long time. So what are your views on digital health, artificial intelligence for reporting, and what kind of changes that would bring into the healthcare facilities?
Yeah. Boss, that's the only way forward. There's no other way forward. If you ask me that there are three ways, which one you will choose? I will say probably left, right, center. But digital, whether it's an app-based, you can't think of life without digital. Your entire life is in the mobile phone.
Yep.
Your bank is here, your passwords are here, your hospital is here, your records are here, your travels are here.
Huh? DigiLocker has done a great thing, all your documents
Everything
are
is here. So there is no option. Now, sooner, see, I would like to tell everybody sitting here, there is no sane gentleman who can build a hospital with his money and double it in next 20 years. He can't. Gautam will agree with me. There is no money in the healthcare. Whatever anybody may say, there is not enough money to duplicate your facilities. So first time you build it because you are young and you have a lot of dynamism, you beg, borrow, steal some time and build a hospital. Then to sustain it, you need to spend a lot of money, and then to earn enough to build a 500-bed hospital, next to impossible. Now what happens? That the biggest casualty in that was IT. When we started hospitals, I'm an old bandicoot. When I started hospital first time, way back in 85, 86, with the Birla Heart Hospital in Calcutta, which we built with 11 crore. It was a lot of money. Now 11 crore, you don't even buy a diagnostic system in your hospital. So the investment in the IT was least. Today, if say 5 years back, the IT system became very expensive, 4 crore, 5 crore. I was told yesterday, Max has spent 100 crores. I fell from my chair. I said, 100 crore my father has not seen to spend in IT. Fortunately, with the grace of God, now the technology is becoming cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And the care is becoming easier and easier and easier. Our ability to reach tele-ICU, telehealth, not very expensive. The consultation, the having all the reports on app, consulting with doctors on app, WhatsApp, which is free. A lot of free technology is coming in. Mr. Manu, we have no option but to adopt it, and God is kind, becoming cheaper. So that's the only way left, there's nothing left. Unless you go in the direction, better you shut your shop and go.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. You know, when I remember, 20 years back, you used to have telemedicine room everywhere in all the hospitals, a small space tucked into somewhere, right? And it was never utilized and was used as a conference room most of the time. But now telemedicine has really picked up for consultation and everything. How about you, Mr. Khanna? I mean, what do you think about the same? Because you both are from the same background per se. What are your views on the same? How do you see the technology impacting? How did you at Hinduja, kind of transform the facility for the pandemic?
Let me answer your second question first. That what we did in COVID, I personally think we did not even imagine that we can do it. Like converting the positive pressure into negative pressure in 24 hours. Otherwise, it will take a month for us to do any infrastructure change in the hospital. To do things which, to make an ICU, it would take us 4 months. And we made COVID ICU within a week. So things happened. And now that we've learnt it, I'm not willing to go back there. So we've done a lot of changes. We've learned how to do things. But I'm going to take a little cue from what Dr. Chandrasekhar mentioned earlier. On the design of the hospital and what I have been seeing, and Dr. Roy mentioned it, that every 10 years it changes. The hospitals earlier were designed because the doctor is providing a service. So you have his office, you have a clinic, and you have a seating space, and you have 5 doctors sitting, and there's a huge seating space. That has now changed to patient demanding care. So that means you need to have for example, I'm giving you OPD, that you have a patient seating area and doctors could be in a different manner. So there's a different way of looking at how OPD should be designed. Example of being with the nature, how nature helps healing. In our ICU, so we are fortunate that east side is the sun and west side is the sea for us in the hospital. So we've got green artificial grass outside the ICU windows. So when patient or the relative, if they open the eyes, they see greenery. On the other side, they see the sea. So it helps a lot in healing. And you have to think of all those things while designing. And we've been thinking, even while we were designing for COVID, the way we designed the COVID wards. It's a small thing, very small thing that, it is a general ward because that is a time you need numbers. So to design a general ward, also you can do it with a little more finesse. For example, you can put curtains all around. So you could put curtains. So there is a privacy in a general ward. And you do it, and you have to think of, which I had not learned many years ago, that the compromise which we make, means I'm talking about hospitals, is that we don't have space. So we'll tell somebody like you that can you fit in 5 more beds here? Can you do another 2 here? So the problem is the casualty of that is the consultants don't have effective space to work around. So when you look at design of a hospital, you look at patient, you also need to see what the doctor can do. I mean, if he has to give a CPR, he needs a space to do it. So you need space for them. You need space. Other important thing now is for the attendants. Traditionally, we have never cared about the attendants. I mean, we have, but in the sense, now it is much, much more. So for example, in COVID, attendants cannot go to the COVID ward, they cannot meet the patient. So first time we've had iPad with the patient, iPad with the relative. So, they can talk. So it's a small use of technology. So those are the architectural changes. But coming to digital, adoption. So I am in complete agreement, that is the way forward. However, I would just like to give a word of caution that digital, in my view, is exactly like a book and a a writing pad and a pencil. It is a tool. So earlier we used a paper and pencil to solve a problem. Now we are using a digital technology to solve a problem. The issue is when the people who are giving digital solutions assume that that is the solution. That is not the solution. That helps me provide a solution. So that has to be important. Just because it's a great technology, I love it, it doesn't mean it will work. So that's first thing. Second thing is when the patients are now, see patients, all of us, we are all digital savvy in the sense he talked about the phone. We can book our tickets on the movie tickets on the phone, and we don't, like I came on the flight, didn't print a boarding pass, nothing, you just walking through that. Patients want that. They want the records on the phone. They want to see their, so like for example, yesterday, a patient, I'm giving you a small example, a patient got in Vashi, New Bombay area. So he went to a very large hospital over there. For some reason he was not satisfied. So he came to our hospital. While he was in transit, he sent the reports digitally. Our doctors had seen it. When he reached the emergency, our doctors knew, had seen it, they went, attended to it, and so on and on. So now this was not possible earlier. Otherwise, this fellow would come, we will wait for 3 hours for the test to come. So that's an example. And the last thing I want to say about digital is that there is a cost to everything. And I was telling some of the people I met in the afternoon that we love technology, I would love to do it, but somebody needs to pay for it. So right now, my biggest capex budget in the hospital is IT. And that bothers me because I'm not spending on medical equipment, I'm spending on IT. And IT, for some reason, every 5-7 years, end of support, replace server, replace this, replace that, replace. So the IT costs are increasing. So unless I can get some tangible benefit out of it in terms of increased productivity or increased better patient care, and if there is a way for somebody to pay for technology, adoption will be very, very difficult. Hospitals and healthcare as a community, we are very, very conservative. We are late adopters in everything because we want to first see that it has worked elsewhere, and then only we'll adopt. So by the time it reaches us, I hope there are many people who have solutions here, is that what can it do to me in providing patient care? So that I think should be kept in mind, Manu. I'll stop at that.
In the last discussion, there was a discussion happening on the home care. What is the impact of that on the physical infrastructure you would see? I mean, as AI is and digital is going to have a huge impact on the infrastructure part of it. What is your take on that?
So home care is something I've been in love with for last 15 years. So, okay, I mean, so we've had home care for a long time, and and I've seen many home care companies, some have scaled up, some have not scaled up. The way for future is that home care cannot be a service provider for an attendant. An attendant at home doing home care is okay, just a little 10 to 20%. The real home care is, which we talked about, that a patient after he or she is discharged, can we continue some part of the recovery at home? Can we monitor their vitals? Can we convert what we are doing sick care into preventive care by home care? Can I use, there was an example earlier talking about geriatric care. So the senior citizens, they don't need to come to the hospital. Can I monitor them there and provide home care for them? So if I have a combination of nurses, doctors on call, maybe some physiotherapists, and of course, for phlebotomists and so on and on, then the home care is very effective. But if I have only attendants who will go and lift them up from the bed and go to the washroom and back, that's very good, it's needed, but that's not going to be the future of healthcare. So the hospitals and home care companies have to be integrated together in understanding that this is a solution I'm giving for patient care.
Dr. Roy, what do you think about this from a geographical perspective? Do you see any shift in the east and western part of the country in terms of home care?
Not at all. Home care is a extended care. What Gautam is saying, that's absolutely. I'm not providing a maid. I'm providing care. And home care is required everywhere, and that's the only way. Today we have 100% occupancy, we have shut our ER. We say we can't take any more patients. Out of 7, 3 of my hospitals have ER shut. At this point, as I'm talking to you. I just thinking, I said, don't do that, but they have no, there's so much pressure because especially with longevity, age going higher and disease, lifestyle disease becoming so common, Parkinsonism, the dementia, those and then falling sick. And so I think home care is something which, as Gautam also referred to, we don't see enough people getting into that segment and getting that segment truly as a home care. They're all providing mates. But if you really extend care, then you can really bring 10 to 20% of patient out of the hospital. That means we can provide a true care in the hospital.
Shamit, see, I mean, being an architect, we in last 2 decades, we have always, whenever we designed healthcare facilities, we have been only talking about the value-based things, which comes out of efficiency, which comes out of more number of beds in a given area, and probably, I mean, the thoughts of giving care to the attendants, visitors who are now well-traveled, well-versed with, what is happening around the world. What are the trend changes which we are seeing between the hospitals which were done maybe a decade, 2 decades back and now?
So, providing medical care to the patients will always remain the primary focus. How you can do it better, so that is the areas of focus. In terms of trends, a lot of hospitals now are going for accreditation, be it NABH, which is the Indian accreditation system, or certain hospitals who cater to international clients, they go in for JCI accreditation. Most of these accreditations are SOPs which hospitals follow, where architecture as such is not concerned. But the 10% of the things that are involved in getting the NABH accreditation, once constructed, cannot be changed at a later date, or it's very difficult to change at a later date. So as architects, when we design buildings, we have to ensure that all the needs of accreditations are met with. So this is one area where accreditation is happening, and not only private hospitals, but also government hospitals are now going in for accreditation. It makes business sense also, because you get a lot of empanelments to a lot of organizations, and they recognize you for a certain standard or certain quality of service that you provide. Another trend that we see in terms of designing is a lot of stress is on ambulatory care and daycare surgeries. Wellness, as Dr. Chandrasekhar pointed, is becoming a major driver. So you are going in for daycare surgeries, shorter stays. So that is another thing. Another aspect that you see at a larger level is the hub and spoke model of hospitals. So you have in metro cities, you have a major super specialty hospital, and they are setting up satellite centers, 100-bedded centers in, say, 250, 300 kilometers away, which increase their outreach for that hospital, particular hospital, get a lot of patients in these satellites, and complicated cases get shifted to the main metro level or super specialty hospital. Green buildings, as green hospitals, as we call them, are another trend that is being adopted. It doesn't only make social sense, it makes economic sense also. You're saving on energy, you're saving on water, you're saving on running costs. So green buildings are, a lot of hospitals are now actually asking for the buildings to be made green.
I think in government setup, it's mandatory now.
Government is mandatory. I think way back in 2010, they made it mandatory that all government hospitals have to be at least 3-star GREHA rated or gold rated by IGBC. So that is another push which is coming. And even in the private, because the extra cost that we used to think is now barely down to 2 or 3% of the overall cost of construction. And then year on year you are saving. So that is another thing. As pointed out by others, infection control is becoming a very important factor now. Moving from positive pressure areas to negative pressure areas, using UVGI lamps. Our friends from Blue Star will, I'm sure, highlight on those issues. So those are things where trends are changing in terms of hospital design.
And in terms of, again, evidence-based design, how do you address that in your project?
So, evidence-based design is basically research on how patient outcomes are improving. And as rightly pointed out by Dr. Chandrasekhar, connect with nature, use of natural light. So, and the example of Amitabh Bachchan is a very clear example of how the patient's mood and his general attitude towards recovery improves, and the recovery is much better. Another few points in terms of evidence-based design is good acoustics. So noisy places or hospitals, you have beeps, alarms going on, and a good night's sleep is something which is very important for a patient to recover. So when you're using ceiling tiles, because mostly we have ceramic floors and ceramic tiles which bounce off a lot of sound, so good false ceiling system, Naresh would maybe able to highlight on this, good NRC valued tiles can be used. Then you have patient safety, which is very important. Making the patient feel secure, use of grab bars, use of side rails in corridors. So how do you make the patient comfortable? And in terms of healing environments, how do you create the hospital as a healing environment? You create healing gardens. You introduce, as Mr. Khanna just pointed out, his views to the sea and artificial grass on the other side. So how do you make the environment pleasant? So, and these are studies which have been done which highlight that patients have recovered much faster because of such environments. Good signage systems. Patients and attendants get lost. Hospitals are complex buildings, and you usually get lost if you don't have a good signage system. So these are certain items under evidence-based design which have taught us how to improve our hospitals.
So I think, I mean, I get the message very clear that more and more designers and stakeholders are talking about biophilic designs, taking it forward to salutogenic models where it's not only connecting with the nature but other parameters of wellness as well. So Naresh, I mean, coming to you, in terms of, in most of the buildings, whether they're green buildings or otherwise, I mean, we are all talking about low E glass, air quality, indoor and outdoor air quality, talking about, various, low VOC paints and all of that. Noise, as Shamit very correctly pointed out, noise and acoustics is something which is, I still feel that is left out when it comes to healthcare facilities. They tend to be very noisy, people are under stress, it leads to a lot of stress, distraction to the caregivers, patients, and not only that, I mean, it has the probability of leading to a lot of errors. So you as the product head, what do you think? You have some new materials, something. How do you propose to address this with the designers?
Yeah, so very important, and thanks to both of you as an architect, really being sensitive about this. I can say sound has never been considered while construction of a hospital or an education facility. And that, you can close your eyes, you can't close your ears. Sound affects us cognitively, behaviorally, psychologically. So productivity, efficiency, focus is a first victim of a noisy nurse station, or that AHU making noise penetrating into sleep areas, or a corridor being so noisy that any movement happening at night can break the sleep.
And by the way, most of the designers end up putting AHUs right over the nursing station for saving the space on the floor.
Exactly. Yeah, and before that, what we need to really decide as a community to make our hospital building the best building in the city. And that is something we owe back to the entire nation, because anything can happen to the city, any other building, but not the hospital building. Probably that's where we need the hospital building functioning when everything goes wrong, and we know what is happening around. What we fail in wave 2 is infrastructure, gas and oxygens and stuff like that. Modularity, adaptability, changing infrastructure, and we cannot have a hospital with last technology. We have to have a latest technology. How do we really achieve it? How do we really select the material mindfully that it is not spreading infection? I give you a simple example. People are worried about water leakages and AHU wipe and all those things. So people shift to a metal solution.
And that's very evident in government hospitals per se.
I've been to AIIMS Rishikesh and I was crying blood tears looking at a fair of my ceilings, the way it is looking at, and I have a shameful face in front of authority. The way they have treated the material, way they have used the material, there is a new way we can approach it. A perforated metal is something which you cannot use with negative positive pressure, dust and bacteria getting into the hospital, and we have hospital built, and we need to change it sometime in this country. And I've been speaking about it last 8 years. Second thing, people are putting stone, people are putting cement sheet, calcium silicate on the head, where a seismic movement can, break a head of Damini dialogue, 2.5 kilo ka haath. People will actually get injured which are not moving. Fire is another issue, seismic is another issue. The entire construction of the hospital, we compromise on the building without really knowing that this is the building which is built for next 50 years. Now, next AI movement is around sound. We need to really monitor the patient, we need to really catch all the voices. Where do we have that faculty in our hospital? It is more noisier than Mahim Market to be in your hospital, And it is so, you have 75 decibel sound happening in the common corridor, same sound is traveling passages, going to the patient room. People are struggling with critical decisions and you're surrounded by so much of noise, you feel stressful. That's a natural consequence unless you are a sadhu, you are not. So entire patient care, the length of stay is increasing. We are talking about having more number of beds, but can we really make our patients sleep and recoup quickly so that we can reduce length of stay, have more patients served, and actually making patient-centric designing, or doctor-centric designing, rooms for privacy, rooms for healing, rooms for communication, need to be designed with different materials. Most of the hospital, even if it is my specification, it is the same product for 40,000 square meter. It is very evident that we haven't paid attention to the need of that room for privacy, need of that room for voice clarity, need of that room for no distraction from outside. Now, these are the basic elements when we are moving to a higher technological adoption for human-centric, human productivity, human performance. Performance of the doctors, patient are two different aspects. Doctors are using it for 365 days, patient only for 8 days. So can we make doctor-centric, nurse-centric designing?
I think it is wellness of the occupants, right? Irrespective of what role they are playing in the facility.
I will just add to this. Take a typical case of ICU. Our people are like Arjun. Fire fellow will only look into the fire aspect. He says, "Ye nahi hona chahiye," the kind of a sanitizer and etc. you are using. You have seen the number of fire incidences in our hospital. Air scavenging is part of it, which is not done. Sound is only sound related issue. It has to have a comprehensive approach. Monitors will make noise because it has a relationship with the alertness for the nurses, etc. How we adopt and try to work it out, when we try to work it out a separate cubicles and work it out a space, then the investor says, "Arey, instead of 15 ICU, can I have 20 ICU beds in that so that my return on investment?" These are very common, complicated challenges. One has to think a comprehensive approach and then arrive at. That's, I just gave you one example. And similar thing happens at various levels because everyone is looking at a different perspective. Clinician will look his comfort, the nurses will look their own comfort. That is why medical architecture is the synergy of all this and try to achieve and arrive at. I always give one small example. Location of a sluice room where bedpan is cleaned. If you ask a nursing person, she will say near the duty station. If you ask a public health engineer, he will say near the toilet because he is concerned with the disposal. If you ask an administrator, minimal travel distance because before the patient defecates, that thing should be given to him. Such things are, everyone has his own way of expressing. That is where one has to have that synergy.
So, Naresh, hospital-acquired infection, which we just spoke about, right? I mean, that's something which is again catching up. I mean, it's probably in our country it's not recorded too well, but if you look at the Western countries, I mean, hospital-acquired infection is something which is taking more toll for the deaths, right? And have you come up with something? I mean, I saw a presentation running with UV tiles or something. So I mean, do you have some products which kind of address that to some extent?
So we come up with a LED-based solution which clean the air at a time of delivery. So instead of putting something in the back end, we are putting at a delivery end. So the fresh air, clean air is coming every single time you use the facility. Plus the products which we have for healthcare, which is like a 6 surface, is antifungal, antibacterial. So there is a range of products which is called BioGuard range, from RH100, water resistance to acoustical nature and a metal solution. Everything has a BioGuard range. So combination of a surface which doesn't allow any colonies or anything to grow onto it is permanent solution because it's silver ion based technology used there, and using active cleaning technology for the air with a UVC based retrofit. It's not a solution for the entire hospital. It's a very tailor-made systematic solution for niche area where you have more traffic, proper use. So it works in tandem with traditional system with a new system combination. It complements and make the hospital ready to be used in retrofit manner. It's an exciting solution which will transform with no cost, no intervention, plug and play, very simple product which will transform places in no time. Like we're saying, we don't have time, but we can just plug in power and that air is clean in that area.
Bhagat, coming to you, I mean, I know you've been patiently waiting, right? HVAC plays a very vital role when it comes to hospitals, whether it's about filtration, because of the pandemic, various, air changes, air quality. So what are your thoughts on the HVAC per se post-pandemic? How your products have evolved?
Just give me a minute. I just want to step back a little. I was just hearing about positive pressure, negative pressure. We from Blue Star, we cater across the length and breadth of the country. And prior to pandemic, we have had a lot of installations, hospital installations across the country, including the Apollos and the Hindujas and all the big names. What I want to say here is, prior to pandemic, even this, I have not seen in most of the hospitals, especially in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, this differentiation of the pressures itself. I have seen a common air conditioner running across the whole hospital. There have been many hospitals like that. There has been no pressure differentiation. The same air goes to the operation theatre, the same air goes to an isolation room. I mean, that was the situation. I think we need to be realistic of where we stand. I think the references cannot be restricted to these hospitals who probably have better knowledge. That's where we stand. I think we have a lot of way to go actually. I think there was a question as to how to convert positive pressure to negative pressure. It's very simple. It's just to do with the air changes, what you throw in and what you take out. It's as simple as that. It can be done. Sir mentioned about the noise levels. Yes, we have been asked to install. See, we don't prefer, we just get instructions, right? So we have been asked to install an AHU right above the operation theatre. There have been many instances. These happens especially in Tier 2, Tier 3 towns, I'm sorry to say, where the decisions have been made by the doctors themselves. No architects gets involved. That's the reality. So I think as I said earlier, we have a long way to travel. This is what I thought I'd just share here in this forum. I think we think that we have evolved, but then there have been many areas in the country where the evolution has not happened. That's a sad part of it. So as I said, so as far as the air conditioning is concerned for a hospital, so that's why I just want to go back to the basics a little bit. Most of us may be knowing, but I just want to go back to the, to the basics. which probably we have forgotten before pandemic. As you rightly said, everybody is concerned about the efficiency, FSIs, how many beds. A typical HVAC system has to take care of the thermodynamics, which is basically the temperature, comfort, and the humidity, which can happen through the refrigeration system. Sometimes it needs an augmentation to keep the humidity constant. Where is no such thing happen? Okay, and the pressure levels, which we have talked about, the gradients of pressure level between these things didn't happen, and the filtration levels sir mentioned. I think there was no consideration for filtration levels. Forget about the ppms and all that. There was no consideration of the filtration levels, and the ventilation was completely forgotten until COVID came and stuck. There was no ventilation. There have been installations in the hospitals where there is no provision of air exhaust. It has to exfiltrate somewhere, that's all. So that's the scenario. So I just wanted to touch base on these points, which probably has come, to everybody's senses, but I think we have a long way to go. And I think way back in 1980s, when somebody approaches for a hospital air conditioning, that is directly dealt by us. We do the design, so we take care of all these things. We know where to keep the air handling unit. We know how to keep the ducting. So this is one part of it. The other thing is post installation. The duct is forgotten. Air is passing through. Fungi is obviously going to develop. Completely forgotten. So that's the reality. So a typical, coming to answer your question, I think I just migrated a little bit. To answer your question, these are the things which need to be taken care. Basically, the thermodynamics, which is the temperature and the humidity, filtration, and ventilation. Of course, the pressure gradients, which is very simple. For a HVAC engineer, it's very simple. It's not a rocket science. It can be done. Only thing is, if it is taken care in the design, it saves a lot of time and energy rather than doing it later on and modification. And instantly, sir mentioned about the filtration. I think when this COVID struck, and then a lot of emphasis came back on us. We were all under stress. We were just going and learning from wherever source was there. I mean, we could hardly find anything, but we just we could probably any product development takes about a year's time. From the concept to the completion stage. In the COVID circumstances, that UVGA which sir talked about, we just came out within a month because that was a need of the day. So we just had a separate team working on it, and then we have come up with the UVGI air conditioner built up with the UVGA, and that's well taken.
And how effective is that?
It's very effective because, as sir was saying, it's just not prevention. It just goes and kills. So so we in Blue Star we generally are sensitive to the Indian. We are not like an MNC kind of a brand. We know the physical and the geographical needs of the country, and we just to little bit on the company, we always happen to bring in technologies to India. That has been our strength. Whatever is the new technology which is going to help the society as a whole, we just bring in. I can have so many examples. We always strive to bring the technology to India. So that's the answer to your first question, that yes, we are very well aware of the needs of the air conditioning system. Only thing is, if you are allowed that freedom, I think we can design and offer a very good HVAC system to the hospitals.
In fact, in some of the forum, some people asked me, sir, you design big hospital, just tell me my people who are running a nursing home in small garages and all, how they should handle the air conditioning system. I said, first of all, in my principle, this your window type air conditioner is never ever given okay. No sir, you have to give answer within that what we can do. That is where these people came up with, kill it. If you are going to trap and recirculate, don't recirculate, kill it. We have to find a solution because obviously these things emerges out of the basic needs. Please.
True. So Bhagat, are there any technological improvements that have happened over?
Yeah, sure. See, I think the last part was more to do with the design. I think the next part is very important.
I would also connect it with IT and
sure,
other.
I'll take it in two parts. The technological improvements will have a direct impact on the operating expenses of the hospital, which in turn will have a net effect on the cost of the patient. So as I was just telling to your earlier question, we bring in a lot of technologies to India. There has been a lot of technological developments that have happened in the HVAC industry, like similar to any other industry. Like, you might have heard that inverter, that is cutting across all industry. It is, it's going and having its impact because it just saves on the operating costs. So we have a whole lot of equipments. In fact, more than 80% of our air conditioners are inverter driven, right from room air conditioners to the large chillers. And we have even better technology, like the HVAC system is basically running on a compressor, and that compressor needs some lubrication, in simple words, and that lubrication needs some energy. So we have brought in a technology where the compressor doesn't need a lubrication at all, what we call as oil-free chillers. So that is the highest end where it is very efficient, because in any hospital, you will all agree that 50% of the energy consumption is on account of HVAC. So the more you save in the HVAC system's energy, the direct saving is on the hospital running. And there has been, like as I said, these are the technologies that we have brought in, which has really helped not only hospitals, across all industries, especially which are running 24/7. So right from a small scroll systems which we introduced way back in 2000, from there onwards our journey starts. We bring in a lot of new technology, and in the large hospitals where chillers are installed, we have migrated the whole design concept at all. Like in Blue Star, earlier we used to have some select machines, for example, from say some 100 ton to some 500 ton, I'll have some 10 machines and I'll try to fit in, within what I have. So we have completely changed that concept itself. Now, whatever equipment we design is tailor-made for that application. So exactly the performance is made, and there is no kind of oversizing or undersizing. So this concept itself, we brought to the industry. And along with the technology, this entire tailor making of the equipments adds to the efficacy of the air conditioning equipment, because we need to be mindful. It is not about the efficiency when it runs at its full capacity. Most of the hospitals are going to have varied loads. It may be running in the lower loads in the night. It may be running at full loads probably in the around 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. So it has to be efficient all through. So that's how our equipments are designed. So we can share separately, about our, benefits of our equipments. I don't want to talk more about our company itself. And just another point, one is from the manufacturers themselves, like companies like us who take the lead. And I have to appreciate the government of India. They have taken a lot of strain. They have been largely kind of passive all these years. Now, in the last maybe 2 years, just prior to pandemic, a lot of regulatory implementations have come. Like for example, we all will be seeing that star label. Whatever. So if you buy an air conditioning or a refrigerator, you'll be seeing a star label from 1 star to 5 star. We all know that 1 star is probably low cost but high efficient, and 5 star is vice versa. Government of India has implemented this labeling program for the highest equipment, highest HVAC equipment of chillers, which was never dreamt of. It has happened in very few countries across the world. I think India I'm happy to say that there is a lot of developments have happened, and then it is going to be mandatory from 1st of January. So any chiller which is bought or sold has to have this labeling. And that labeling, what the government of India has done is, see, most of these equipments gets imported through some MNCs. And the equipments manufactured by MNCs are not based on Indian conditions. Indian conditions, we all know that it is high ambient conditions, not so very good quality of air and water we have. But then the equipment that get imported are designed for some European and American conditions which are far better. Okay, so government of India has taken cognizance of this, and they have instructed the manufacturers that you have to tweak your design to suit the Indian conditions. Because whatever efficiency I declare should be for the Indian conditions and not some American or US country. It doesn't make any sense. So government of India has done that. This chiller labeling program has taken into account that all the equipments have to be manufactured as per Indian conditions, and the efficiency is same way from 1 star to 5 star. It is branded. What I can happily say is, as Blue Star, I think we have taken the lead. We are very much ready. I think it is January is another 5-6 months down the line, but we are already ready. We have we have got our equipments already 5-star rated. I'm happy to say that. I'm sure all other manufacturers also will do, but then we have already taken the lead. We are fully ready. So both from the manufacturer side and the government side, I think we are going together. This has never happened so far. I think this is going to be very positive. That's what I expect. The other question which you mentioned about the technology and the IT and in large hospitals, it is very much impractical to expect that all the equipment to monitor whether all the equipments are running at its design condition. There are some air handling units. So it's very difficult because people cannot be going up and down to various places, and it's very difficult. And hence, we have made our, for example, chillers and VRF systems, everything. We have made our equipments to be compatible with the building management systems. So what is the operating condition, for example, of our VRV and chillers can be directly hooked to a BMS, and the chief engineer, for that matter, of a hospital can see the performance himself sitting in his place. He doesn't have to depend on some of his technician to come and see. He can see within himself. So that's an advancement we have already built in that the industry as a whole has come. We have gone one step further, and then we said it is not just about monitoring. We have to also have the correction happening immediately. For example, some chiller is not running. There is a problem there. Like one is knowing the condition, other is the making the correction immediately as far as possible. So what we have done is, and we can't depend on the hospital technicians for that, right? It needs the expertise of the HVAC guys. So what we have done is we have introduced a system called as a remote monitoring system, where we connect our chillers to a centralized chillers or VRS, whatever, to a centralized remote monitoring facility, which is supervised by experienced engineers from our company, 24/7. And we have made this technology simple. It's not going to be costly for the end user. We are mindful of that. It is just taking the data through cloud and then taking it back to our remote monitoring system. And then they'll be monitoring on behalf of the customer. We'll be monitoring the health of the equipments. And not only it stops there, in case something goes off the curve, then the whole communication channel is activated, and whoever is the technician in charge of that hospital, 24/7, anytime during the day, he gets an alert, and then he can go and rectify the system immediately. So this is another thing which we have brought, all based on the comfort which we get from IT. I think this is what
I think we've already overshot our time. I'm getting.
That's why I stopped it in between. Actually.
So house is open for any questions, or we can connect actually offline, post the session. Sujata.
Good afternoon, myself Pankaj Kumar from Blue Star. I'm taking care of designing in our company. So my question is to architect. So normally when you see that any hospital while designing, we don't give a preference to the services. We always keep into the corner. We keep a space, give a space for equipments in a very less space where we design or try to fit to our equipments. That's probably give a unhygienic to that whole hospital. So what kind of a thought we can put, at least we can give a preference to those equipment which is required to run a hospital. Because see, any apartment if you go, you will find it known because of its amenities. Similarly, the hospital also known because it's got a good hygienic, everything is there. So that's a very important part of it, which probably we are not giving a preference to those services. That's what my question is to architect, that how we can think of those to give a preference.
See, I'll tell you, as I was talking about, we have been, actually the hospital design was always focused on efficiency-driven things, and services were some part of it which were compromised, and you have ceiling suspended air handling units and stuff like that. But I think over a period of time, even the promoters have understood that it is equally expensive to run a building like a healthcare building, which is not adequately supporting the services, because they're highly engineered buildings, these are one building types, where the promoter actually lives with this building. You know, they're not selling it up and going away. So the maintenance cost kind of goes up. I think there is a shift as far as the design of the healthcare facilities are concerned, wherein the designers, the promoters, everybody is understanding the nitty-gritties of engineering and are providing adequate space for that now.
In fact, Mr. Bhagat informed about the use of automation and maintenance, how it has to be. I'll just give you an example. AHU room, the person who is operating, he sits and has his lunch drops there, rodent goes around, one side you are having an operation theatre being served by that AHU, and now you talk about infection. That is where automation helps. And now the space-wise, as he mentioned, things are changing. Yes, a maintenance person will always feel a crunch that there is no space given.
So usually what happens is when you do a basic design, one of the people you consult is your MEP engineers or your MEP consultants. Because without having the services being fitted in properly, without having adequate space for services, your design is not going to function. The moment you lose out space on, or you leave out spaces for AHUs or electrical rooms or other services rooms, at the end of the day you will have to provide them. So it is best to consult it at the concept level stage itself, at the preliminary design stage itself. All these services, you take inputs from all your consultants. Healthcare is something which is not a single person's design that can go through. It is a huge number of people, consultants who sit together. It is a multidisciplinary approach. You have architects, you have doctors, you have administrators, you have nursing staff, you have engineering staff. All their inputs come into it, only then can you create a successful hospital building.
Sorry.
So you'll find no space to run around.
So
the services are scattered here and there.
Service floor is an issue which is actually coming from, height of a service floor is from municipal bylaws. So it's either you lose out on FSI, you create a proper floor, or the municipal bylaws restrict. Some places it is just 1.8 meters. Some places it is 2.7 meters. So what the municipal bylaws permit you to have is defined by, not by the architect who gives a 1.8 meter height space, but that is what the authorities will permit you without counting it under your FAR or your FSI. Otherwise, you have to lose out on effective space.
The space may be coming free of FSI, but still there is a cost to it.
There is a cost to it.
So
of course, but this is also important aspects to think of.
Manu, I have a question right here.
Yeah, hi.
And not a serious question, and I've been following you for a long, long time, and you really champion the healthcare space as a vertical, as one of the most marquee designers for the country. You've done so many hospitals, and as I said to the audience, it's not going to be very technical because A, for nuts I can't. B, I just wanted to put a lighter perspective. Which is, since you've done so many hospitals, which is by far has been the most, favorite of yours, and why?
Most fairly?
Favorite of yours, and why?
So you see, I mean, we are doing a lot of projects. I think we have recently completed a project for Apollo in Lucknow, and I think that is kind of
the next one.
From my standpoint, that's my best design we have done in the recent past. It's a crux of whatever 20 years of building hospitals. It's a very good mix of being cost-effective hospital in terms of building the hospital. It has been aesthetically pleasing enough that it is catering to the needs of the millennial population in terms of having all kind of IT infrastructure and all of that. So that's what it is. I don't know if I've answered your question.
No, that's perfect.
I wanted to just add one point out here for services, because it is unpredictable, constantly changing. Life to death situation in a hospital, like it's a live body, 365 days, 24/7. So we come up with a corridor solution where you have maximum services running, require augmentation, maintenance, and all those things. And the inspiration came from here, some 8 years back. This solution is launched called FS600 corridor solution, where you can swing the tile and move it in one direction. no suspension taken, only support from the wall up to 3 meters. Now, those kind of innovations will allow you to fit in services in our own ways, in our own areas. And each area need to really augment and innovate constantly. Like he says, which is the best hospital? Next one. You know? For architect, it's always constant creation, and the next one is always the best one. You know, yet to come kind of stuff. So we are all work in progress, but such solutions are available. AHU solutions are innovated. We are constantly improving. And that's the hopeful place. Yeah. Correct. No trap of a trap door. Everything is open.
Tilt and turn and slide.
Yeah.
Do your job, do this thing back.
So we used to do it for airports and metros and all. So with his guidance, we introduced into the hospitals now.
Mr. Jadhav,
good afternoon, sir. May I?
Please.
I am Deeptendu. I am from Narayana Health, Delhi. Nowadays, the most threatening part to a hospital administrator is fire. And the most of the incidents that happen due to the HVAC system only. And the past incident, AMRA case has also happened due to the HVAC system, blockage system also. Sir, my question is to the entire panel. How the digital platform can prevent that kind of incidents to a hospital HVAC system and make the system in robust way, so administrator can sleep little bit stressless in night. So one is the remote monitoring system which we have. Another is there any other technology or methodology is there to monitor the system, the entire firefighting system, to take the control as an administrator in the hospital?
Yeah.
The BMS is what it is. Just now he mentioned that in sitting in one room in the central monitoring system, he can control everything, not only there, even from the remote. So it is, there are various type of things are available, only it adds a cost. You have to pay for it, everything is available. In digital platform, the only way how you manage your water supply, your electrical, nowadays they have gone up to the extent of mobile app. I can switch on my generator from my app, I can switch off the electricity, everything is possible. But provided you have to, and now you know that everyone has come up with a smart switch at the home also. So these are all available, and digital platform is the best platform which has helped us, A, lesser manpower, more efficiently, and I can get alert, which is more important. If you want to add anything.
So just to add to what sir has been saying, I think a direct answer to your question is yes, air conditioning plays a very major role in case there is a spark somewhere, and for that spark to spread and make a big fire, air conditioning does have a major role, because the air conditioning ducts run all across the hospital, and it carries the fire along with that. So for that, what we do is there is a fire damper, what we call, we install in the duct, that basically comes into play whenever there is a fire. Okay. So what the damper does, it's like a flap, it just closes the duct, whereby the air doesn't pass through further, and then the fire also doesn't get spread. So that fire damper, okay, which is a mechanical item by the way, can be part of the building management system, is what sir has been saying. And for that, one need not be there in the presence. The whole fire can be controlled sitting elsewhere in the hospital, or even outside the hospital also. That's a technology available now. All one needs to do is link that fire damper to the centralized management system, and then the control shifts there. And then the moment it gets closed, obviously the spread stops. It's as simple as that. Only thing is people have to be aware of that and then implement as.
Basically, you need to have a good MEP consultant who designs and locates these fire dampers at the spaces that they are required. There are fire bylaws which talk about compartmentation. So if you have to compartmentalize a fire and control it, you need to have fire dampers in those locations. So once a fire is there, the damper will get activated, shut off the air conditioning in that area, and the fire can be contained to a certain area. And then you have fire sensors, you have fire detectors, alarm systems, all connected to the building management system, and which will even tell you if the sprinkler has gone off or not. So the technology is there, and as Dr. Chandrasekhar rightly said, it comes at a cost. You want to give your stress away, you have to pay for it.
I think we are overshooting
really
our
crossed
time.
our time, right? I mean, Vibhor, I think it's over
So
to you.
organizers are restless now. Let us.
No, I think it's not restless. I would love to devour the session, but in the interest of time, and I think a big round of applause for the lovely panel. How design infrastructures are very close to our heart. I think they form the bedrock of any successful building. Why healthcare everywhere? And I'm just filling it up for my editor, Sujata, who's been actually speaking for a while, and she needs some rest. And my name is Vibhor Srivastava. And may I call upon Saurav Das, Head Projects in Hospitality South Asia, Hafle, and Shraddha Somani, Director Key Account Management Lead Squared, to come up on stage to felicitate our esteemed panel. All right, so I promise you the next session is going to be very nice and crisp. And may I invite Amar Narayan, on stage, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to see all of you on this face-to-face event after a long time. I am Amar Narayan. I take care of the commercial air conditioning department for Blue Star. Thank you, ITP, to giving us the opportunity to partner with you and present our products to this fraternity. We, with Blue Star, having close to 8 decades of expertise, we always continue to innovate and also drive sustainability. I am associated with this company for 20 years. I am proud to be associated for the futuristic products this company brings in. So I'll quickly take you to the presentation of Blue Star, as the context was already set. The context was already set on how important is air conditioners, because we have seen in the previous discussion that close to 50% of your power consumption is because of the air conditioners. So air conditioners are the real power guzzlers. So it becomes very important for all of us to select the right air conditioning for all our projects. So this is a product range. Blue Star has an exhaustive product range of air conditioners, starting from cassette AC, the ductable machines, the inverter package machines, inverter VRF system, and the complete range of chillers, starting from centrifugal, screw, and scroll. The inverter ducted system, as we were discussing, that today everything is moved to inverter system, and today Blue Star is proud to bring this inverter system in the ducted system. And we are the first people to bring the new innovation in this ducted system in 2000 by bringing the scroll technology. Now we have also changed the whole market into inverter technology. So these are very good efficient machines where can be used for any type of a small format where you already have a facility in a tier 2, tier 3 cities where your investments has not have to be so high like a centralized system like a VRF or a chiller. So these machines come with the BMS option and also with hot and cold option. You can use even for heating as a heat pump. Next is the VRF system. As most of you are aware, VRF is the most accepted air conditioning which is gaining a lot of momentum in the market. We have the complete range in the VRF system starting from 7 HP to 112 HP. And we have all types of indoor machines which can be connected to the system, from cassettes, high walls, floor mounted package machines. We have the option of all the advanced technology on the remote monitoring, improved efficiency, and also the wide operating range. Again, from minus 10 degrees to 56 degrees, the systems can be used. Continuing with the VRF system, we also have the side discharge machine, which has been displayed there. Wherever we have a constraint on keeping the outdoor machines on the terrace, we can go for a side discharge, wall-mounted outdoor machines. So this is a very important product, what we also saw in the panel discussion, the water-cooled oil-free centrifugal chillers. Because of the oil being absent in the system, we'll have almost 12 to 15% saving in the efficiency of the chiller. So this system ranges from 70 TR to 450 TR. We have a COP, highest COP of 6.4 and IPLV of above 11. So it has a very low starting current of 2 amps. It will be as low as 2 amps. You don't require any major, in case of any generators or any other connected components on the electricity like transformer will come down, because your running current usually in any conventional system will be 2 to 3 times. But in this case, it's only 2 amps. These machines are again very silent because it works on a magnetic elevated platform, and it's just something very similar to a bullet train. And again, the chiller restarts in 30 seconds. This is again a very important feature for a hospital application, because the hospital application, the system cannot be down. So it has to be up in 30 seconds. So we have the complete, all our products are HRI certified. So we have a complete HFI certified lab at WADA. We have the biggest HRI certified lab. Again, coming to your hospital requirement, we have the special filters which can fight the bacteria. We have the UVGI. We have a UVGI fixed machines where the system can given with UVGI fitted at factory and tested at factory. We also have the units with the fresh air system where we can directly, the treated fresh air can be cooled, filtered, and then pumped into your facilities. Again, we have something called the urban heat effect. We all know that today the temperatures are soaring, and it becomes very important for us to take care of the temperature. So Blue Star, with its innovation, has introduced the machines which can work at 100% capacity at even 43 degrees. As we discussed in the panel discussion, most of the manufacturers today manufacture air conditions only at 35 degrees, but Blue Star is able to manufacture units at 43 degrees. So you will not have any derating at 43 degrees, and the machine will work non-stop up to 56 degrees. Again, widest operating range when we go air conditioning to that, voltage, power is a very problematic thing in India. So we have a wide bandwidth of power from 320 watts to 460 watts. This is a small AHU kit what Blue Star has developed to convert your existing hospitals into a smart hospitals. Because most of the times, whenever this technology is changing so fast, anything you have used, maybe you installed air conditioning today, within 5 to 10 years, the technology is changing. So it becomes very important for all of us to how to upgrade your hospitals into a smart hospital. So we have innovated this AHU kit. This AHU kit will help you to connect with your existing system. That means you don't have to do anything to your interior of the hospital. The outdoor machine or the condensing machine or the chiller can be removed. We can be integrated with the indoor system with this AHU kit. Either you can go for an inverter based condensing machine or a VRF. So this will help you to even go on a phase manner. You don't have to completely shut down your hospital. You can take up floor wise, or you can take wing wise, or you can take room wise also. So again, all our machines come with bluefin coating, which will help you for better corrosion. As we discussed, we have the complete futuristic products. All our we have systems which are with star rating right now, even though we are on the voluntary phase, and mandatory phase is going to be from January 1st, 2023. But still, we have products which can give you with star rating. All our machines, we can even use it for IGBC ratings, and all our equipments are AHRI certified. And in case of our ducted machines, we have a QCO certified machines. This is what we were discussing about the remote monitoring system. The complete remote monitoring can happen from our office, so you don't have to worry about the maintenance of the air conditioning or the skilled manpower. And we can, with our own analytics and with the monitoring of the system, we can find out when is the system going to have any failures, and our technician will be at your doorstep even before the machine stops functioning. So these are some of the benefits what Blue Star can give you. We have the complete range of products starting from a split AC to a central AC, and I am proud to state that we are the only Indian company to manufacture. Again, it's all manufactured for Indian design conditions like 43 degrees. We have a complete mix and match solution. All our systems we can give the lowest power consumption in the industry. We have advanced controller like remote monitoring, BMS. It surpasses all the Indian and international efficiency norms. We also have the electromechanical projects team who do the complete MEP like plumbing, electrical, and air conditioning. This is our strength on the service because we maintain close to 6 million tons of equipments across India. We are a ISO 9001:2015 certified service provider. We have a 24/7 call centers, and we have a special attention for wherever it is a critical applications like hospitals. And we can reach to up to 800 locations in India for any services for hospital requirements. This is our dealer footprint across India. We have around 650 dealers covering around 300 cities and towns. These are some of the prestigious projects executed by us. MedCity Hospital, Apollo Proton Cancer Center, Venkateshwara Hospital. These are some of the few esteemed customers where we have executed with our products. This is our website. You can log into our website. In fact, we will be one company we can offer you the complete solutions with whatever required when hospital, maybe from an incubator to a mortuary machines. This is my contact details. You can reach out to me in case of any requirements. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome back. Most of the discussion around India's public health infrastructure in the past year has been centered on fighting COVID-19. But amidst this big challenge, India has taken an important step towards better delivery of healthcare by committing itself to build its digital highways through the National Digital Health Mission. If NDM works, the familiar scenes of hospital waiting rooms with patients carrying binders of their medical records for the doctor's reference could soon be a history. Our third and the final panel will discuss about reimagining public health via the digital route. To moderate this session, we have with us Dr. Garima Singh, who is the founder and CEO of Axia Healthcare. Dr. Garima founded the Health Assist in 2021, a startup which follows a hybrid model to provide a complete ecosystem to take care of non-urgent and urgent medical needs of the patients. She has been an healthcare professional with over 22 years of experience in corporate healthcare of India, with an experience that covers the entire gamut of healthcare delivery. Our panel today comprises Dr. Ajay Kumar, Executive Chairman, Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, Mr. Rajiv Sikka, who is the CIO, Medanta, Mr. Rajiv Shivan, who is the Group Head Projects, Asia Healthcare Holdings, and Shraddha Somani, who is the Director, Key Accounts Manager, Lead Square. Thank you, and may I request all the panel members to come on board.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We've had a nice tea break and back again. So this is a very interesting panel, which is on reimagining public health via the digital route. We have an eclectic panel, very eminent panelists. So may I start by requesting the panelists to please introduce themselves, and then we deep dive into the questions, which will be taken up by the panel. So starting with Dr. Ajay Kumar, if you could please introduce yourself to the audience over here, please.
I'm Dr. Ajay Kumar. I'm Executive Chairman of Healthcare Global Enterprise.
That's a very short introduction to a very long and lengthy profile that he holds. He is the chairman and the executive director for HCG Group, which is known to have completely revamped how we look at cancer care and how cancer care is now made accessible across the country. So, and more we'll get to know him through the panel. So we now move to Shraddha.
Sure. So I'm with Lead Squared, trying to support their initiative of enabling the healthcare institutions to reach the consumers better. In short, I'm taking care of their expansion and retention business in the healthcare industry.
Perfect. So we will be talking about technology aspects, the CRM aspects, and how we can utilize it in the healthcare arena in revamping it. Mr. Rajiv Sikka.
Hi, I'm part of Medanta IT, with them for roughly 7.5 years, but before joining healthcare, I was a pure tech service provider into BFSI and other space, so new experience and new learning in the healthcare. Look forward for this discussion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rajesh Sivan.
Hi, I'm Rajesh. I head projects for Asia Healthcare Holdings. This is a single specialty healthcare platform of the private equity TPG Capital, and we run single specialty chains across the country.
Thank you so much to the panelists. As the audience can see, we have a panel which actually covers the entire gamut of what is required for us to reimagine healthcare. So where exactly are we is the first question that we have to establish. So if you see in the last decade per se, just to put a context to it, we have made literally leaps and bounds of progress in healthcare on the public health side. So we have increased our life expectancy from 64 years to about 68 years. Our infant mortality rate has gotten better. Certain public health initiatives, Swachh Bharat initiative, open defecation has been reduced from 65% to 20%. Also, we are polio-free since 2014. So these are big leaps that we have taken. Having said that, the challenge that we currently face across the country is with regards to accessibility of healthcare and the quality of healthcare. We still rank 154th out of 195 nations in the accessibility and quality of healthcare. With this as a foundation, may I now ask Dr. Ajay Kumar to please talk about his experience about what are the gaps in public health and what are the ways that we can look at plugging those gaps.
In my journey of nearly 45 years, both in US and India, we find that healthcare is segmentized. When you look at India, there is the affluent India, middle class India, where they look at really convenience, awareness. Today, I can say categorically in India, when it comes to healthcare, what we see in 300 million population or so in big cities, we are on par with the Western world. There is no question. The accessibility is there. In fact, we may have more beds than what we really require. And there is a lot of talk about healthcare, but what we need to really use the digital or other platform. Today digital is the buzzword, but really think about convenience for them and also awareness about it. So access to information, not fake information, but real information. Today, one of the problems we also find is there's so many information which is coming out. What is true and what is not, it also becomes a major issue. How do you dissect what is really the right information from not so? How do you get that kind of information? So I believe as we go forward, I'm talking about this section, we are looking at really the data. For example, when you have hospitals, like I'm being in cancer care, the most important factor when a patient walks into the hospital, am I going to the right hospital where I'm getting the right outcome, treatment and outcome? Hardly anybody today publishes the outcomes. So we have to really look at using the digital platforms, data collection. One of the things we are doing and we are advocating for all hospitals is to really back it with authentic data, well-curated, independently done data. So that way a patient knows they're going to right. Because, we all feel, oh, this is a great hospital, this is a great place, we can access, we can do, but is it really so? So that is where I think we can make a big difference. Now coming to big cities, technology is there. And one of the things, even in tier 2, tier 3, like what we have done, we have made hub and spoke model, we have made it accessible. But technology is definitely there in India. And even the cost-wise, if you all know, in health, cost compared to US, where I was there for nearly 28 years practice, is 1/10 the cost. If, for example, if you do a PET scan in India, recently I had a friend had a PET scan in US, near Chicago, the cost was $2,500. We do it here for $300. So the entire same equipment, everything is there, but there may be HR related cost difference and all. But overall, India has mastered in terms of really cost differentiation and providing it. Whether the cost can be afforded or not is a different story. And in the big cities, mostly it is met either through insurance or pay out of pocket. That can be discussed later on as we go. But when we go to the other section of the population, what we talk about, the 900 million or so, that is where I think the public health is an issue. For a long time it has been an issue because accessibility has not been there, and also awareness. So that is where, in the past we have struggled, whether it is for cancer care, cardiac care, or whatever the nutrition. We know sometimes we hear that we have done work with World Bank where reproductive age, rural women, anemia, below sub-Saharan region. So there is a wide gap in India. On one hand, you are advanced country almost. On the other hand, you are sub-Saharan region. That is the problem, that is the challenge for us as healthcare providers, how to do. And here we have to really look at what is the government role. Why is government really playing the right role? How digital locking and all the systems are coming now, how can they make this accessible for the other population, rural, who are economically weaker. Through this, can they get into more preventive? Can they get into better awareness? And most important, get the right treatment at the right time through this awareness, and have their medical records, which we are talking about. So it becomes accessible. And not only that, in future, there could be, like a team, could be multidisciplinary clinic advice. So through the technology, smartphones, we can access that. So that can make a huge difference. I think that is where we are headed. India has a chance to leapfrog using this kind of technology. And we have already done the telephysics, teleradiology. In fact, I'm happy to say digital pathology. We are far ahead of the advanced country in these areas. We are already far ahead. True. In fact, they are looking at it. And of course, what we lack is publications, research publication. The reason we are not in the top of the world, we are damn good doctors, damn good treatment. We are, honestly, we feel when we go to US, a lot of doctors, patients go, all Indian doctors. So we are brilliant. But in India, why are we not become number one in the world? Because we don't collect data. Absolutely. We don't publish. What comes in New England Journal becomes, say, viral, whereas we don't publish because we have we have clinical capabilities, good outcomes, but we are not publishing. But using proper data, digitally, curating, if we publish it, I am sure we could be the leading in healthcare industry in the world today. We can. So this is where the gaps are, and this is possible solutions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Doctor. Going to Mr. Rajiv Sekka. So essentially, world is becoming smaller and smaller because of technology being available. Almost every industry has adopted technology for a wider reach, faster reach, greater reach. In this regard, what do you have to say when it comes to healthcare adopting technology to making it more accessible, more affordable, reaching it to the right people at the right time?
Sure. So, I'm not going to talk about in a tertiary care hospital because that's very easy to handle and manage. And there are multiple examples. Even in the morning, people talked about, care being at the bedside. So we have been using an EMR application, which is a handheld device, and it's 100% adoption. So, but let's move to the public healthcare. And I'll give 3 examples, and these 3 examples are in production in real-time use in Medanta. So no theory. We run India's largest CSR, which is called TB Free Haryana. It started with TB Free Haryana, now it runs in 5 states where we have hospitals in the state of UP, MP, Jharkhand, and now Bihar. What we do is that TB has more mortalities compared to any other disease in the communicable world. And what happened was that when we carry a big bus or a van, we go to a small village or district where roughly between 180 to 220 odd people generally gather. And there is a radiologist, there is an X-ray machine. Now what happens is that we all know that X-ray is a very cost-effective, less invasive, easy to capture, but at the same time, getting it, report means that we have to have a radiologist who have to read the report and figure it out. And not just in India, but worldwide, the ratio between radiologist and patient is very, very low, and India is no different. Now what's happening is that we implemented a AI-based solution by which as soon as the X-ray comes from the modality, film comes from the modality, report also comes. Earlier, the radiologist was using, roughly 4 to 6 hours before each report can be seen. And all these 200 odd people, most of them are daily wages laborers. They are ignorant people. They won't stick around for 6 hours for the report to come, and they simply vanish. And you have nothing to catch hold of them. The addresses are also very pathetically mapped in the records. So what's happening is now, we have roughly 40 odd cases which are coming out, which are probable, TB. Because what we want to do is that before declaring it as a TB, we want to doubly sure. So radiologists, instead of looking into 200 odd X-rays, is looking into 40. And that's how we are managing the show. And this is like a fantastic success, helping us to move these programs in multiple places. Because honestly speaking, we were not able to make it. Radiologists was a shortage. So this is one example. Second example, during COVID, everybody, was fully afraid of going to a hospital, while few of us were coming on a daily basis, and fear was very justifiable because we were the hub of COVID. You know, at one time, out of 1,250 odd bed, roughly 900 beds were devoted to COVID patients because that was the scene in Medanta, Gurgaon. So a lot of people who were supposed to come after either PTCA or CABG, which means after, here I don't have to explain, everybody's a doctor. PTCA is a stunt and CABG is bypass. I'm just revising it for myself. So, yeah. So we have to have an ECG done. So in this particular case, patients were not willing to come to the hospital, and the neighborhood clinics where they earlier used to go to a cardiologist were not open. So what we implemented is a 6-lead ECG device, which is like a pen drive equivalent. It's FDA approved. Within 30 to 40 seconds, you do it. ECG will come to Medanta Heart Command Center, and there is a cardiologist, minimum consultant level cardiologist sitting 24/7, and that ECG is read. It has only 3 call to actions. Don't worry, everything is okay. You know, we see some trouble, but you don't have to be panic. Come tomorrow morning, we'll book an appointment with the cardiologist, which means that OPD consult has to be carried out. Third is that, you know, it's a serious rush to any place, be it Medanta or anywhere you have. So this is one, and we did thousands and thousands of ECG using this tech, and now, as our flabo goes in the morning for a blood sample, a lot of people are getting this ECG done through this device. Now this device, a lot of patients are taking it at home, which are not nearby, in the nearby cities. They take it home and they run it for 3 months, and after that we get it collected. Each and every ECG which is done by them comes to you know, Medanta Heart Command Center, which is read by a cardiologist. So these two trends, if you look into this, morning we were talking about care away from the hospital, and I'll touch upon this topic since you talk about tech. Third, which is a very beautiful example, and I love this. I'm a hardcore programmer. My roots are in the programming. I've done programming throughout my life. When COVID protocol policy came somewhere in June by the government that asymptomatic patient or less symptomatic patient can be treated at home. This was Saturday afternoon. We were sitting with the district civil officers, and we were not aware what it means. You know, how do you treat patients away from the hospital, and that to COVID patient. So suddenly we decided, you know, there is a protocol. Within 48 hours, we were up with a live site in which we were enrolling patients. Patients were feeding their important vitals directly, or people who were not able to do that, a nurse was calling them, and triaging was happening using the system itself, which means that if you have a threshold which is below or above a certain parameter, which is the subjectivity of the doctor, intimation goes to the doctor pick up the call, and a video consult was done immediately then and there itself. And that way, again, we treated tens and tens and thousands of patients. It was not a sexy tech. It was a simple web page, data entry secured, OTP driven, and triaging. And in case something goes wrong, ambulance was there, which used to pick up the patient and bring them to the hospital. We reserved certain number of beds for those kind of patients who were getting treated. We call it as a home care package for COVID. Had it been not the case, which is tech, I think no other country in the world also was able to care to, you know, so many patients which were overwhelming for the hospitals, and Medanta or most of the hospitals in India were no different. And again, this is third example which I thought that we were able to reach out to someone which was outside the hospital, and according to me, these are the initial founding or small steps for public healthcare future, which is definitely going to get driven by tech. See, when you talk about volumes, scale, tech has to come into picture, otherwise it's not possible.
Right.
That's my view.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. So public health essentially is about prevention of diseases and promoting good health, and both of which somehow neither the government is able to push forward nor the private sector. So now we have HCG and Medanta represented here, and both very eminent onto the private healthcare delivery space. So this question is to Dr. Ajay Kumar, and then we'll move to Rajiv too. How is it that these organizations can make a foray into the community and ensure that there is a seamlessness once we are able to train and teach about health promotion, early detection, then the treatment, how is it that it can be seamless and there is no rich, poor, diversity which impacts the outcomes for us?
I think that is the challenge, for us to penetrate the communities. If you go back to look at cancer care, the belief in early 2000 was cancer care, you have to come to big centers, big cities, because A, it's a long-term care, B, the technology, the expertise is not there.
Right.
But today I'm very happy to say that even in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, phenomenal cancer care is available. Not only technology, but the issue for us was, like you said, seamless, is how do we make a proper diagnosis? How do you do pathological interpretation? How do you do the physics for radiation? How do you do radiology interpretation? But in the last, I would say 10 to 15 years, even before COVID, everybody talks about COVID, technology, COVID has changed. But all of us were doing even before COVID. We had multidisciplinary clinics, tumor boards, and the most important thing is what we are doing was, by centralized physics, centralized radiology, centralized pathology, we don't need expertise in all the places.
Correct.
The concept in the past was, we need technology in the smaller cities to do proper treatment. In India, it was all cobalt in early 2090s. Yes. And we were one of the first to say whether they can afford or not. We took the view, whether it is poor or rich, cancer doesn't know. Cancer requires the right treatment the first time. By giving treatments with cobalt and saying we are poor country, we should do cobalt, we were actually causing more harm to the patient by treating normal tissue. So when we pioneered and got rid and showed that it can be viable through this centralized system, a lot of people followed, which is very good. Today, more linear accelerators, more good therapy is there. But penetrating this market initially was the challenge. And including pathology. You can't have, pathological diagnosis is very important. And if you make a wrong diagnosis, patient gets the wrong treatment. If you don't stage properly, patient gets. That is why cancer got a bad name. Because everybody said, okay, patients are coming in late stage, treatment, it recurs, maybe treatment is worse than disease. All these kind of misconceptions were there. So what we did was change it very clearly to say that we will do equal treatment even if it is Ranchi or Angol or Vijayawada or Nasik or Bangalore or Delhi. So that concept even now is not sunk in. Now people always think they have to migrate, but they don't have to. Correct. And technology is going forward. The amazing thing what we have done recently is the mixed reality, which is very cost effective. Suppose we have a patient in, let us say, Angol or Ranchi, who requires a team effort, who requires major surgery. Normally they would have come to Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore or somewhere with their family. The cost, the ability to come is not there for everyone. Even if they come, the cost they incur, stay there. Now the avatar of our doctor can go there, which we did recently, and performed a big surgery. The doctor was assisting sitting in Bangalore, head and neck surgeon. So this is a game changer.
Absolutely.
In my view. With this, wearing a halo lens, it is cost effective. Mixed reality is there today. It is not future. We all saw it in Star Wars movies. Early, in the 90s and all, we saw how it was done. Today, it's a reality. Sure. Our doctors stood there, actually marked on the patient. From the marked.
Right.
And the pencil mark was there. And how to, even radiation we can do. And radiology, of course, has always been there. So future is very bright. And the other important thing what we need to do is really to make it seamless to do is the data collection. Because people just cannot go any disease and get treatment not knowing what is the outcome of that place. Every place, through digitization, technology, collecting data, should help to bring uniform care across. I trained in MD Anderson, which is one of the premier oncology centers. Today we can say we did a study to show our Bangalore center compared to MD Anderson has equal or better outcome in breast cancer. Like that can even Angol have, some Ranchi have. Wherever they get treated, how do we bring uniformity? So outcome measures.
Right.
And even a doctor who performs surgery, How can a doctor do one major head and neck surgery once in 6 months and say, I am an expert? So when we collect the data, we say Dr. X did so many surgeries, post-operative death was so much, the recurrence rate was so much, so he should not be doing this surgery unless he has more expertise. A Dr. B has done 10 surgeries, his post-operative death is 0. So what we aim in our institution is 48 hours, 72 hours post-op test should be 0. You know, when they say 5% is accepted, we do 5% for that 5 patients, it is 100%. So whatever happens, did you do pre-op screening? Did you use immunoscoring? All of that are very important before the patient goes to the OT table. So this is where even families get somewhat, as a doctor I'm speaking hoodwinked, when the doctor says, oh, we expect a mortality of 5 or 10%. Not acceptable. It is not. We have to prepare today technology, anesthesia. In the past, the problem was time bound. I have to do surgery in half an hour because anesthesia. But today, anesthesia can be given for 12 hours, 16 hours. So there is limitless, and we have, bloodless surgeries. We have technology so that instruments which can do, stop the bleeding right away. So with all the technology, there is no need for this kind of post-operative. There's nothing acceptable post-operative death. There is nothing. Even in cancer care, when patients recur, first thing the doctors, as an oncologist, I'm telling is, let me start the second line. But can we do data banking? Can we know why this patient recurred? What is the story behind the story before we go to second line? That makes a huge difference. In oncology today, 48% of the patients get unnecessary treatment. They're not getting the right treatment. So can we create A, B, C, D? Based on that, can we give right treatment? This is the challenge for the future. When we do genomics, when we look at all that. So in order to make it seamless, to go to entire population, whether it is cardiology, oncology, doesn't matter, it has to be data bank, it has technology, has to be there, and availability of a specialist. Today, no longer one doctor can give an advice in a complicated situation, whether it is renal, cardiac, or oncology. It has to be multidisciplinary. So we can't expect 5 doctors to be there away. So with a smartphone, using my phone, I can bring in 5 doctors right away. Dr. So-and-so, it is the film here. This is the X-ray. This is the pathology. What do you think as a molecular diagnostic radiologist? What do you think as a medical oncologist, as a cardiologist? What do you think we should do for this patient? Patient is also there.
Absolutely.
So we give advice in 10 minutes. What used to take weeks together, and some patient wouldn't have even survived. Today we do it in 5 minutes. Today, I have a patient who was flown in from Oman by private jet in Bangalore. 5 minutes we put together a team, started aggressive treatment, and day by day his patient is getting better, which was unthinkable years ago. So I think it is becoming seamless, but how do we penetrate entire country, which is the challenge. It can be done. It has to be done, last word on this, it has to be done in a focused factory approach. We cannot dilute ourselves. It has to be experts who are focused factory. I can't say I am a pizza maker, I am also a dosa maker, I am a dokla maker, I make everything in the multi. It cannot be experts in this. So when you go to a restaurant, you have all this, it's an average restaurant. So today we need expertise and sub-expertise in that, where technology plays an important role.
Right. So Rajiv, in this current environment where we have, let's say, resource constraints, the brain power is limited, as Doctor rightly pointed out, right? Very good specialists are limited in number. Even average specialists are very limited in number, as we are fully aware. Doctor to population ratio in India is really not good. Neither the patient to nurse ratio is good, right? So you need to have technology to get into the community and to ensure that the outcomes, as Doctor pointed out, are reported, acknowledged, and surveillance around it happens. So my question again is with regards to, let's say, your organization, what efforts are being made to push healthcare into the community and not to push community into hospitals?
So, this is again a learning which we got during COVID. We started running camps in RWAs in Gurgaon. Now we have permanent, nursing unit, which is 24/7 in 30 plus RWAs of Gurgaon. That's we call it as a, communities services. Obviously, this is, we are for profit, so these are paid RWAs clinic, where first of all, it is always manned is the wrong word. There is always a nurse 24/7 there. Doctors visit there for each 2 hours based on, and then on demand, you have either a physiotherapist going there or a nurse going to service any of the geriatric patient, which is on demand, which means that you have to go to the app, ask for a service. It's a prepaid service, which means that it's a mandatory prepayment, plabo at home, medicine at home. And what we are doing is that based on some respectable volume 5/7, a super specialist is going into that clinic once in a week. And what we do is that, like we used to run camps, we run camp here, which are not purely related to clinical side, but also on the holistic side, which means that, there will be a nutritionist going there on how to cook nutrition, good food from one of the diet educators of Medanta, or a yoga instructor, which is part of our holistic wellness. He goes there on, one of the Sunday mornings. So what we are doing is that way each community on an average, or each RW on an average, has between 1,500 to 2,000 odd residents which are habitant there. So multiply with 30. So we realize that only way, no hospital have that kind of a capacity by which they can accommodate all the population of India, as sir rightly said, that we don't have that capacity. So, best way is to have preventive healthcare. Best way is to ensure that people go for regular tests and other stuff. And mostly what we see for in the near future is that care away from the hospital, and preventive and holistic healthcare is going to play an important role. And that's where the most focus is going to be there. Not just
So
by
Rajiv,
us, but others.
if I may, what percentage of the traffic did you see move from like offline consultations, let's say, to online during the COVID period? Because everybody understands that COVID acted as a cultural accelerant, right? Everything, the way that people viewed healthcare, how people accessed healthcare changed. So what was your experience over there?
Sure, okay. My favorite topic, I can write a book on the subject. During COVID, our volume of telemedicine consults went 12 times. But, numbers is not important. Let's understand the trend. There are 4 myths which I want to break it here. We were of the opinion that it is a young people phenomena because it's an app, it's a tech. More than 50% of the people who were coming during telemedicines were 55 and above. Okay. Second myth was that it's a city phenomena. More than 40% of the patients who were coming on the telemedicine app during COVID were either from UP, Bihar, and Jharkhand. And traditionally these states are not known for early adoption or tech-savvy states. Third was that serious patient in any case has to come to the hospital because they have no other alternative. We realized that 40% of the patients were coming of either cardio, neuro, or what was the third one? Some third one, which was again a serious one. Onco. Okay. So these are the 3 set of specialties which were contributing more than 40% of the patient. Fourth was that only old patient will go to telemedicine platform because they are captive, they have no other options. Again, we realized that more than 35% patients which were coming to Medanta were purely new patients, they have never been part of Medanta before that. So what's happening is that, according to me, we are not still at the same peak, definitely, but we have constantly and sustainably maintaining 6 times of our pre-COVID telemedicine consults. Simple reason, you don't have to come one more time to show your report. You don't have to come for a typical chronic care diabetic patient, don't have to come. In telemedicine also we have 3 modes. 1, video, 2, telephone, 3, chat. Correct. And commercials are different. So a lot of diabetic patients just share their insulin and sugar rating in a chat and doctor has to just say that, continue with this medicine, change insulin level to this, job done.
Perfect. So I think what we take back, and this is particularly for the audience, because what we have to understand is that we assume that the rural areas do not have the modality to pay, or we think that they're not aware enough to seek help. Problem that is actually existing is the cultural divide, which does not allow them, to move from the comfortable zone of the village and town to get into the cities. But because of the digital medium, they feel pretty comfortable accessing the medical help. So this is one big thing which, COVID has changed, and we've personally experienced it. I think all the doctors and the administrators have experienced it. And I think it's a step in the right direction for that. Moving to Rajesh, now digitalization has actually made healthcare asset light. We are all aware of it. So the kind of money that we would spend, let's say, if we were going and setting up a clinic in a town or even in an RWA, vis-a-vis now just having a telemedicine setup, wherein, the person sits in front, the doctor is sitting wherever he is, and his time is also optimally utilized, whether it's an offline or an online consultation, and he can directly consult with the patient, prescribe, and the prescription is available with the patient right there, right? So what are your views? How can we optimally utilize infrastructure with this digital change, which is making healthcare asset light?
You're right, Garima. The last 2 years has taught us a lot of things, So just for a brief, we run single specialty chains. We used to hold a company called American Oncology initially, and then we have something called as a motherhood, which is a single specialty mother and child space. We have a Nova Fertility, which is a fertility chain space we have. This is pan-India. So what we have seen as a trend, in fact, COVID has definitely taught all of us to be, how to gear up for such a event. Like Rajiv just pointed out that a lot of consulting has gone online. We in fact saw that 100% of that went online in these 2 years. Because what happened is, especially in the mother and child space, this is a younger population. They have hands-on, they are hands-on on the gadget. So we saw more and more of them only getting onto online. They would prefer that rather than walking into the hospital. What we used, and the percentage initially was, say, before pre-COVID was about 10-15%, which moved totally 100% in the last 2 years. And surprisingly, that trend now continues. Even after the hospitals have opened up, traffic is back to normal, people have started moving, we have seen that the online consulting is what they still prefer. And we still advocate that. Now, how that has impacted in infrastructure? Two things. We set up about 3-4 hospitals during those 2 years. I mean, we had acquired an asset and we had to complete it because of the rentals and stuff like that. So we went ahead and built those centers. We had committed to a certain size of the asset. But later on, which is 2021 onwards, we have invested in about 4 more assets now, which is less by 25% of the space. 3-4 big things. Like we, in the mother and child space, we run the largest NICU setup in South. Like in city of Bangalore, we have got about 6 hospitals. In the city of Bangalore, we have about 100 NICU beds. Okay. Babies come all the way away from about 200 kilometers, 150, 200, 300 kilometers. We started an ENICU. We're going that route. Because reaching out to, getting babies on time or, getting a good pediatrician to support a baby 300 kilometers away was becoming difficult. So we set up an ENICU, which shortly is coming up in this part of the country also. So that is one learning. So what that does is that reduces a lot of load down from the hospital asset. Right. And what big thing that we saw is, none of us want to go to a hospital, right? And we have our own, fear of going there, number one, because we have a fear of unknown. We have issues related to parking when we go there. We have to stand in long queues. Initially, we used to have, we never knew when our chance would come. We have to stand for the food. We have a chance to stand for the pharmacy, everywhere. So what has happened is with these online consulting and a lot of other these, electronic stuff, we started cutting down on spaces a bit. We saw a reduction of, as I said, 20-25%. On the capex front, initially we used to spend about, say, 5% of our cost on IT capex. Like earlier, I think Gautam had mentioned in his speak that was the least thing we always used to do.
Right.
Yes, I agree. As investors, we always kept that in the back burner. It used to be 5% of the project cost. Now, I think that has gone up to almost 10 to 12%, the IT cost. Now, where that has come out from is not from the medical equipment or anything, it has come out from the regular infrastructure cost by way of, reducing space or by way of thing, without compromising, of course, the patient safety and stuff like that.
Right.
So yes, to answer to the question, it has directly impacted the asset. We have gone down to smaller hospitals now. A mother and child hospital, which used to be 50,000 square feet earlier when we acquired, is now somewhere about 35,000 to 40,000 square feet. And that actually, and what happens is, when you do such smaller ones, your running costs are lower because it has some tangible effect.
Right.
So that's where it is.
Fantastic. So I think one of the biggest, has been pointed out by Rajesh, advantage of digitization and the introduction of digital health part is with regards to reduced costs and making it asset light. If it is asset light, the investors tend to invest, so more centers are coming up, more accessibility, more affordability. So this is the chain which we are following, and hopefully that trend continues, in the coming few years. Moving to Shraddha. Shraddha, with regards to Lead Squared particularly, now when we're talking about seamlessness when it comes to customers, patients, right? So how is it that you engage or your organization engages in making it somewhat more accessible, somewhat more approachable for the organizations and their patients?
Sure, Garima. I'll just pick it up from where Dr. Rajay Kumar was mentioning about tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? Unfortunately, currently the situation of India is that any preventive healthcare measures look like a myth because the better health indicator today is a geo code than the genetic code, right? And in order to do so, I think the four challenges that we keep talking about, awareness, accessibility, absence of the right healthcare facilities, and affordability, right? As Lead Squared, we are enabling the healthcare institutions. And when I say that, I do not just mean hospitals, because it's an entire ecosystem of healthcare that has to come together and work in a digital manner in order to reach, what will be called as an ABHA number. Right, so now the ministry is assigning an ABHA number to any child which is born, and at Lead Squared we name that as lead. So what I'll say is that any child who's born is a lead generated in the nation. And we take the journey of this lead whole through to the entire ecosystem, which involves pharmacies, diagnostics, hospitals, laboratories and medical equipment providers, and several suppliers in the middle of the chain, right? As Lead Squared, we are aiming to give a 360-degree engagement for these patients. We are looking at, number one, awareness, helping a lot of diagnostic chains today in order to do targeted communications to the patients in order to help them understand about making a choice, because awareness is one thing and making a right choice to actually get a healthcare, especially in tier 3, tier 4 city, is a different ball game altogether. So a lot of diagnostic chains are today, enabling this culture. A lot of health tech organizations are using Lead Squared in order to enable or enhance the culture of making that choice of maybe taking a test beforehand than actually reaching a chronic stage. The second measure is accessibility. Now, I will include the absence and accessibility together, right? Because as you rightly said, sir, that the doctors are not always present, right? The specialists have to be really, segmented in order to reach the consumer in the right time and accurately. So in order to do so, Lead Squared is, helping a lot of hospitals today to onboard the doctors on their telemedicine applications, on their hospital infrastructure as well, in order to communicate with the consumers directly, reach the consumers at the doorstep, be it tier 3, tier 4, or tier 2 cities. Another thing that we're also noticing it, I was talking to a tech vendor a few days ago, and they're using drones in order to supply the medicines. Now, if we talk about Himalayas, a small 8-kilometer distance might take a lot of time if you have to supply a medicine to, to a consumer or a patient. Now, if these medical providers are using a CRM, a medical CRM like Lead Squared, they are able to automate the process so quickly and maybe onboard the drone and supply these medicines within a span of a few minutes. And that's changing the accessibility. And absence of doctors, obviously, as we are all making an attempt to onboard the doctors, or the ministry is also taking impactful initiatives like EHR, the health registry, to onboard doctors. There's also a need of, pharmacies around the corners of India. And, our features like geotagging, geofencing, or mobile application in the hands of all the field sales executives of such pharmaceutical companies is enabling this part. So now they can actually, the field sales executive can stand at a location, can look for the pharmacies around, and if there are no pharmacies, this is also enabling the ministries or the suppliers to open a pharmacy there, or maybe to enhance increase the supply of a medicine if it is in shortfall. Let's say if regions of UP are facing high cases or high volume of cases in HIV, or in Bhopal if we are seeing a lot of cases related to thyroid, right? That deserves a huge attention or huge demand of certain medicines like this. And Lead Squared is enabling the medical suppliers also to to provide or enable the access to medicines. The fourth point, which is affordability. Now, it's very funny that, ministries are supplying a lot of, are inputting a lot of money into the system in order to help people afford these medicines, etc. Where Lead Squared sees an impact is twofold. Number one is, within the hospital ecosystem, we are trying to reduce the costs by automating the, automating all your processes, starting from, let's say, the call center used case, where we are automating your call center teams to onboard a patient, to actually not just engage with them, but also to begin with attract them, acquire them, engage them, and then retain them, right? So we are doing a lot of work in order to reduce those costs, make them efficient, in terms of increasing the productivity of the salespeople or the medical reps or the billing department or the finance department, etc. Integrating with the EHRs in order to reduce time taken to action on anything, right? Or integrating with all the diagnostic labs who have done a test of a patient, and when the patient actually comes in, he has his reports, already supplied to the hospital. So this entire cost effectiveness that we are bringing across to the hospitals is going to reduce the cost being suffered by the patient as a ripple effect. So that's one way that we are trying to touch the affordability part. The second part is a lot of insurtech, insurance companies are currently joining hands with the lending companies as well as the hospitals in order to make the healthcare cashless. Now, in rural areas, obviously, they do not have insurances. They don't understand the importance of it, right? And these insurtech companies, as a digital transformation measure, they're trying to penetrate deeper into these segments, right? Now, that requires a deeper integration with hospital like yours also. And which is where Lead Squared is enabling this entire ecosystem to help the affordability measure, on not just tier 1 level, but tier 2, tier 3 level as well. So to cut it short, I think what we are doing is we are making the consumers make a right choice of saving their lives and enabling the healthcare institutions to seamlessly touch that consumer at every touch point.
Perfect. So I guess from a seamlessness perspective, it's critical. The role is critical for us to be availing this service to ensure both the customer and the delivery partner is kind of bridged. So thanks very much for that, Shraddha. So Dr. Ajay Kumar, this question is for you. Much like food and water, is a very basic need which every Indian should have. Similarly, availability of health is a very basic need. Now, we are fully aware that the government, like I said, in the past decade has made a lot of changes. There is Jan Aushadhi Kendra for pharmacy dispensing, generics and all. You've got Ayushman Bharat. Yet it is only tailor-made for tackling, if I can say, an acute issue, and truly not moving in the direction of preventing and controlling the NCDs, the non-communicable diseases. So what, in your opinion, should the government now be focused on? What are the 2-3 things that we, from this medium can communicate back to the government to say, okay, this is where we need to focus, and these are the few things which will work out?
Yeah, like I said before, this is a challenge for everyone. We have done a lot of studies on this, particularly when we have a disease like oncology, dealing with it. But I always take a complex situation and try to simplify. When you look at other countries, like what United States spends nearly like $9,000 per person, healthcare. You look at Europe, 5,000 plus, India, $83. So there is a huge gap. But that doesn't mean it is not doable. Brazil has now covered entire population. So where is the problem in India is lack of understanding on the part of the government what really needs for healthcare. I'm very sorry to say schemes like Ayushman are really popular to get votes. But really, do they do the thing they're supposed to do and connect? They don't. In fact, in our study, Ayushman patients, 44% increased mortality because it doesn't cover for everything. But government, public media and all talk it's a great program, but it is not at all a good program. If you look at the Harvard study which was done for us, and if you look at some of the Porter and others who done a lot of work, I normally don't like to quote abroad, but they think it is a terrible program, honestly, because it is half-baked.
Yes.
Patients are getting false hope. Imagine a patient who comes to you, I have Ayushman Bharat card, I'm going to get all the cancer care. And imagine reality, they're getting only 40% of the care, 20% of the care. And they think they go home and the cancer comes back. That is terrible for the patient and their families. Misinformation, under-treating, not covering. So what is the answer to this? Answer is rather simple, universal health care. Now we have migrated with technology. We know what is the cost, how we can monitor outcome. The least the government can do is monitor this. Ayushman Bharat, what is outcome to cash paying patients? And patients going to good centers, what is it? They will have the answer there. Answer is right there. But people don't want to go because it is frightening. Look at prevention. We are radical. We think, we know tobacco, what causes. 40% of cardiac, including cardiac cancer, respiratory, can be eliminated by banning tobacco. Simple stroke of a pen. Why don't they do? Because it is related to revenue and other matters. Can we provide alternate for this? When you talk about poor people, what they chew, smoke, if just you make it non-available, health will improve in India tremendously, cost will come down. Simple solution, not willing to do. But blame people, doctors cost are high, that is high and all. That is the problem, yeah.
Yes.
Problem is, if you take away tobacco, we are into alternate farming. 50 farmers we have developed in tobacco belt of Karnataka, which is one of the 3 important belts in this country. By alternate farming, we have just recently had a press meet on May 31st to show that all the farmers said their income has actually increased compared to tobacco. And they gave a vivid description of what was happening to their hands, face, respiration, working with tobacco leaves. So this is simple, but common sense is so uncommon. We don't want to do, because there are other vested interests.
Right.
It is high time government becomes transparent, understands this from people who are involved in it day to day. The decision makers are bureaucrats, not technocrats. One day you are in metro, tomorrow you are in healthcare secretary and teaching us about health. This is what happened. Teaching us what is health, a guy who was a metro coming to healthcare. So these kind of issues are not talked by public because we want to be nice to the government. We want to say good things. And nowadays, we are also afraid whether we'll get an IT raid or something if we talk. And these are the problems. One day I was on Z talking. I got a call from government saying, you should not talk against the government. If there any problem, talk. We are creating a society which now becoming accepting whatever happens. Discussing, debating in the interest of the public is what we are. Why did we become doctors? Essentially, we become doctors to help the community healthcare. And when there is tobacco which can be eliminated and healthcare, why not be in the forefront and do it? Right. And we should, as doctors, as healthcare professionals, we should become very forceful in this.
Right.
Because, when we see an advanced case of head and neck, recently I saw a lady last week in my tumor board, advanced tongue cancer. Advanced means she can't even swallow, big tumor sitting. All from tobacco chewing. And passive smoking. Nobody talks about passive smoking. So this can be eliminated by single stroke.
Right.
We can all go and do some other work, take up. But this is where I think technology, in a way, you can interrelate because we can get hard data. Today, what we should focus on healthcare, when we talk about preventive health and others, what we do, cardiac. How many people know obesity is the #1 cause of cancer? How many people know, cardiac smoking is also related to cardiac diseases. So we have to make a concerted efforts, and we are taken up this cause. We have made it public. We are to alternate farming. We want to go after the government. We filed a case in the government, in the court about tobacco. But again, it is dragged on for years. How you know what it is? But I think unless we become proactive, we are all reactive. A disease comes, we want to treat. If we become proactive, there is an answer to rural healthcare. Rural healthcare is lifestyle, preventive, and longevity can happen if we take some of these fundamental measures. And that is why we are at crossroad. Cost, we talk about cost. We can talk, by reducing this, cost is also eliminated.
Absolutely.
Cost will be like healthy lifestyle. So we need to look at this. Monitoring this, and data should be in the forefront.
Absolutely. So I think surveillance, if we're talking about public health, without surveillance and the data being analyzed, data being published for public consumption, as of now, data is there. It is held, like Dr. Jayakumar said, with certain bureaucrats, not widely shared because there are vested interests. So this is one part of the problem. The second part is we truly do not have an effective lobbying for public health issues. There are distinct areas, geographic areas, wherein cancer incidence of a particular kind is on the high. Everybody knows it. But what initiatives are taken in that area? That's a big question mark. Neither do we as a population ask, nor are we told. We might have the anti-tobacco, advertisement coming up in the movies, but the kind of people who go there are the ones who are usually, they have good access to cancer care. But what about the interiors wherein there's chewing of tobacco and all? So I think it's a very valid point. It truly reflects the current scenario of public health, the apathy which is there, not just in the government, I would say as a population, we don't demand it. So maybe advocacy and lobbying does have a...
Yeah, actually, like Dr. Ajay just mentioned, taking this preventive health into the rural we are rightly poised. The government is sitting on a huge database. With the last 2 years of whatever has happened, we are sitting on a huge database, which is a good opportunity to right now go there and get to the roots. Because 80% of our country is the hinterland. All good hospitals or the private network is in the rest 20%. Right. Why do people come from there to these cities? It's because they don't have it. They either don't know it. So one is awareness, and then talent. Get the talent there, get the quality there. I'm sure this can penetrate.
Fantastic. I think I totally agree with the panel over here on this.
Just a small point. I think the benchmark indicators is something that might not be in hands of ministry, but you guys. And as you rightly said, you are sitting on so much database, right? And if there are preventive measures, a heart attack, if it's measured, and spare me for my limited healthcare, knowledge in terms of medical, but if there are 3-4 parameters, which could be indicative of a cardiac arrest coming, to any patient, I think those sort of awareness programs or campaigns, could be made available, as soon as a patient gets a pharmacist's test done. And if the report is positive, it should lead you to speak with that patient immediately. It should lead your call center team to take an action and reach out to that consumer, right? Because right now the only source of truth that we have is Google, which makes us feel like we will die anyhow in a week's time if we even have a headache. So, some serious benchmarks is something that I think could be drawn through AI ML mechanism, sitting on top of a CRM system and integrated EHR system that could enable this thing.
One point I want to add is, we talk about rural people, lack of awareness. In the past, we have to make camps, physically go, talk. Today, with technology, webinars, smartphones, we can access not just hundreds, but millions of people, which was unthinkable even a few years ago.
Right.
We should use that technology to create awareness, like we call about skill training.
Yes.
We are involved in skill training, rural, to bring them up to industry standard. Same way, how do we bring rural people to the urban standard without them moving to this village to urban? We can today. So just use this, whether government does, private enterprise. Ideal thing is to government outsource. In my view, government cannot be regulatory and also performing functions. It's high time government decides what is my role. And starting hospitals and saying I'll also regulate is nonsense. Starting schools I'll regulate should go away. Government should be either regulatory and cutting information. Yes, here is a patient, you guys treat. Give him the same outcome as a guy comes to private, pays cash. I will monitor. I will pay you for that. That is simple as that. That is where per patient what government spends in government hospitals is by one survey is more than what private hospitals spend per patient. So government is actually spending more because of the bureaucracy, infrastructure, all the things. So it's high time. Now education we are slowly taking. In urban at least, in rural it is not. Right. So there is mammoth job for government to, if you want to become an advanced country, there's no way at this stage we can, unless we take these measures.
Absolutely. So I think the big point that we take back is regulation, which in this country, even in the previous session when we were talking about, the quality of air conditioning in tier 2, tier 3, wherein there is no positive pressure, negative pressure. There's just one uniform, flow of air across, whether it's an OT or a ward area, right? Now, there has to be some basic expectation when somebody is setting up an organization, which is a healthcare delivery organization. This is where the government needs to step in. This is where, from an awareness perspective and quality of delivery of care perspective, the government needs to step in. So I guess we've taken down quite a few points. We'll have probably another 10 minutes for question and answer sessions, if time permits. I'm not very sure of the time, though. Yeah, so we'll take a few questions and we'll wrap it up with a summary. Yes, please. The question.
Well, interesting discussions on the reimagination of public health has happened. But when a kind of extreme view is expressed that preventive healthcare has not been dented. In fact, that practically ignores the health policy of the government and the huge investment that transformation of healthcare has been made in India. Besides, when everybody talks of national, PMJY scheme and the schemes which provide hospital-based care, most of the discussions forget that the major component of the transformation of healthcare was health and wellness centers. Now, what was health and wellness centers? This is exactly the core issue, reimagining the public health through the digital route. Today in the country, 118,000 health and wellness centers are functioning. They have 30 parameters monitored on a digital frame. Every community health officer, mark my word, community health officer, which was non-existent, and this CHO is 6 months full-time trained person, qualified nurse, now stationed in a population of 5,000, which was earlier the sub-center, and she is functioning. a qualified nurse functioning for 5,000 population, focused on only preventive and promotive care. Did it happen in the last 75 years? It didn't happen. This has happened in spite of the pandemic. And these very CHOs and the so-called A&M, the ASHAs, they have delivered the care. If this would not have been so, pandemic would not have been under control. Deaths would have been 10 times. The vaccination of 1,94,000 has happened through this framework. If this is not preventive health, this is not public health, then what is public health? The investment that India made in vaccine production, development, research, and actual delivery on the ground. Who funded it? It's the people's money delivered through the public health system in this country, not by the private sector. Delivered through community-based healthcare functioning system that delivered the care. So it's a myth that Indian, I'd say, governance system did not perform. It did perform, and it's strengthening every day. So when we say reimagining public health care, absolutely, India is on a very strong footing. If that would not be so, the World Health Assembly, 75th World Health Assembly in Geneva, recently recognized the path-breaking work of ASHAs in our country. They are the unsung heroes, and they are actually handling the tablets, and they are feeding the data not only on childbirths, they are feeding the data on growth of the babies which are born. They are feeding on nutrition.
Sure.
And this is digital transformation which is happening.
Right.
So one view is there, but we need to have a holistic view of the entire landscape. Thank you so much.
So just to add a point, we all agree that in the past decade, India has definitely, like we started off by saying how the health indices have improved. But the fact also remains that we are 154 out of 195 in the country, ranking when it comes to quality and accessibility to healthcare. So yes, we've done a lot. Probably we should have done it much earlier. So that is the baseline we are saying. Having said this, the good work which is being done is not being negated at all. What can we do more? How can we leverage technology and digital medium to enhance awareness, enhance accessibility, enhance affordability? I guess we have focused on that. And I think Dr. Ajay, would you like to add to something, or any other panelists?
I just want to add, there is no question we are doing. The question is, when you spend a very insignificant part of the GDP on health, and when you say, the gentleman said public money, not private, it is only private money, it is the taxpayers' money. Please understand, they don't print money public, it is a taxpayers' money. We all pay, one of the highest taxpayers. But the question is, I can have a day-long debate, it is being properly utilized or not. When PSUs are spending and wasting money, Air India and all, why can't it go to public health? Can they do whatever they want? See, the issue is much broader. There is no question ASHA are doing good job, but when you look at a report from WHO and others, some of the India is still sub-Saharan. Recent report has come, which is published, Lancet, everywhere. So we have problem. We cannot say we don't have problem. We may be on the right road. We may be on the improvement, but can we fast track it? Can we do? The discussion here is, for the future, can we bring rural India to on par with the urban India? That is the discussion. Not that they're not doing job, but we need to have a vision. We need to spend more money per capita to bring us on par in health and education. No country can become advanced country without health and education. Health is a fundamental right, some people say. We have to spend, we have to make it come up to the par. But we are doing things, there is no question. But can we do more? Can we, how we speed track, leapfrog technology today? That is the discussion.
Absolutely. I hope that addresses. Your point is also well taken. The progress is well acknowledged, but we have a long way to go. I think that's the bottom line of the session today. Any other questions? Yes, please.
More of an observation, really. I think Dr. Ajay Kumar said that you can't progress without having investments in healthcare and education. One of the observations I have, we very often say government isn't doing this, private sector should do more. I feel healthcare is also an individual responsibility. It's not a right that falls from the heavens, right? So nobody expects the government to take care of your life insurance. You are expected to be aware enough to understand what you need to do for life insurance. Similarly, you need to understand what you need to do to ensure your health. And to ensure that, to understand that, you need education. So the two are linked. So it's just a broad observation, not specific to anything that's so specific, but that's my view on the matter. Thanks.
Agree. So awareness is, digital medium has actually impacted the most, because if you see during COVID times, the kind of information and good information which is coming was through, your mobile phones, to say that, if this happens, this is where you need to go. These are the helpline numbers. This is where you can get, oxygen from, or this is your nearest center, right? So technology does help. Awareness can be, fast-tracked by using the digital medium. Accessibility also can be now made, because the doctors are available to you on your mobile. So you don't have to travel. So leave alone the cost of travel. The burden which used to be there on the infrastructure in hospitals, like Rajesh said, that 25% less space is now required in hospitals. Why? Because you used to plan more services for the attendants, not for the patients. A lot of space used to go into catering to the attendants. Now you don't need to do that, right? You can have just the right kind of patient coming in, and only staying the right amount of time, and then discharge back for out-of-hospital care. All of this because of the digital medium now. Yeah. Rajesh, you want to say something? Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
I have one question here.
Yeah, where?
Back
Okay,
of the room.
sorry.
Okay. So when we're talking about public health and digital route, we also have a great legacy of Ayurveda and other healing practices. And lifestyle, like you said, sir, it's extremely important how we approach with our previous knowledge about healing human beings, merging with digital and data and evidence-based medicine to get a better community health created.
That's for Dr. Jayakumar, I guess. Integrated holistic care.
Question on Ayurveda. Now we see phenomenal. Ayurveda is phenomenal, plant-based. If you look at one of the most potent drugs in oncology, taxane, came from yew trees, which is in sub-Himalayan. We didn't know. When some Westerner was traveling, he asked a woman, she said her tumor in the abdomen went away when they put the leaf on her tummy, and that is how taxane was extracted and became synthetic. Billions and billions of dollars were made. It was in our own backyard. So what the lesson from that is, it is like we go look around all over the world for something what is in your own backyard. So it is high time we spend enough money to really research in Ayurveda. What the problem is, we are not able to find the active ingredient, enough time and look at it so that that active ingredient could be propagated and given at the right time. We all have anecdotal cases where Ayurveda worked, lifestyle, people do it. Definitely it has a positive effect. We think it's complementary, a lot of times yoga, Ayurveda, everything. But can it be the only treatment? Can it be more prevention? Yes. But can it be the only treatment for a lot of diseases? We don't know that because we have not done enough R&D work on it. We need to do that work. And honestly, I think if we do, there is amazing. There is a group in Bangalore, Dr. Darshan, who has collected thousands of Ayurveda antidotes. He is trying to do like that. We need to do, because we have that kind of knowledge in the past, but we need today in the scientific world, the data, we need to establish that. That is where I think a lot of work can be done, and it will be phenomenal. It will be path-breaking. But we are become followers of the West. Even research, we don't do research. Medical research is almost zero because somebody is doing. Look at pharma industry in India. I'm sorry to say, we are copycats. When is the new drug we do? We don't spend money. When you talk to the pharma, quarter to quarter reporting, I can't spend money for research. If we don't do, how can we be leaders in the world? That is where we are facing the problem. Zero research, but great pharma generic drugs. We are number one in the world because we know how to copycat. But we are not originals. That is the problem.
Very right.
We have to understand problem first and then come to... Smart copycats. Smart body shoppers and call smart copycats. We are very good. We are extraordinary. We have brains. We run Google, we run Microsoft, we run IBM. Phenomenal. Indian doctors are phenomenal. But why is it not happening? We have to analyze. True. And then come to, that is where we need government, private, everybody come together, think tank. We need to analyze. We need to put scientists, innovators together. Correct. A nation has to form a policy based on that. True. Not bureaucrats making a decision. That is where the issue is.
Right, well put. So I guess to sum up the session today, we would say that, eventually public health is all about trust. How many of us can actually access a public health facility for our own needs? Till the time we are not able to do that and we seek out, private healthcare, that means there is an issue that we have to address as a country. Thank you very much.
At the end of it, by far, I really enjoyed the session, and I think they deserve the huge round of applause. Very, very interactive, and I thought there was a debate, and I was loving it. And we will definitely, I don't know where Sujata is, it says reimagine public health via digital. I think we also need to say what Naresh said, bring in the Ayurveda as well. So I think that becomes a very good topic and a debatable one to stay. And may I request Mr. Saurav Das, Prashanta Bhattacharya ji, and Naresh Duble to come and please felicitate our panel, please. Can you please come? Yeah. But Ajay Sahab, this was such an incredible discussion going, and I was simply loving it. And I think I promise you, Garma, you've been absolutely phenomenal to steer this discussion. And I think we must do just full justice to hold this topic, come back to it. And the gentleman there, you really added to it. There is something happening, but there is a lot to do. So I for one, would like to hear more thoughts. So, which is such a learned panel and a debate going. I think this 1 hour is too less. We will come back to you. And may I request the lovely people, Mr. B.S. Ajay Kumar.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. Digital transformation, from a buzzword to an imperative for healthcare systems. The pandemic was an accelerator of shifting consumer preferences and care delivery system. We saw by embracing a digital mindset, health systems can transform their relationships with consumers. A patient's journey is not just in the hospital. There is a before, then there is an after. And what we need to do is to be able to stitch that together, making sure we are caring and understanding the context, and then where we can leverage those digital tools to be there for them. Digital development for social issues often overlooks the needs of the users and the complex ground realities. Experiences show that the collaboratively imagining alternative ways of building relationship between technology, design, and the people who use them has the potential to address India's health development issues. We sincerely hope today's summit threw light on many such issues, and these issues will be taken forward and dealt appropriately by the SMEs and the stakeholders for a better healthcare future. I thank each one of you being a part of this journey and in this endeavor. Sincere thanks to our partners, Blue Star, Providence India, Hafele, Knauf, Sealing Solutions, and Lead Square for being part of this journey. A special thanks to Dr. Sanjeev Bagai for his enthusiastic partnership, and to all our delegates, their questions and their enthusiastic partnership. A big thank you from the Healthcare Radius team. And finally, to the marvelous Healthcare Radius team for making this summit a reality. We are having our Southern edition in the month of October in Bangalore. I hope to see you all there. Thank you very much.